All right. All right. Um, we should be live. And I will just, as I always do, double check. Looks like it. Well, there, muted my other computer. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to LiveStream numero 5. Feel free to say hi in the chat. All right, my hair's getting too long. We thought we could do it though, but yeah, feel free to say hi in the chat. And I think this is going to be the funnest stream of the 5 that we've done so far. So, what are we doing today? I have an issue set up, but before we look at the issue, that's not issues, it's pull requests to do on next stream. We are just going to do a brief summary of what we've been doing up until now. So we are porting J, which is an array programming language, from C to C++. Hey, Herman. Thanks for all the PRs. We'll highlight some of those in a sec. And up until now, we, for the most part, have been doing... what have we been doing? We've been removing a ton of code, working on getting CI working and integrated with GitHub, removing some macros, restructuring the folder system. So we actually haven't been doing a ton of porting. But today we're actually going to... Hey, Ahmed. Sorry for the mispronunciation. So yeah, we're going to actually start today porting our first couple verbs, aka functions. Verbs are what they call functions in J and APL. But yeah, before we do that, we are going to highlight some stuff. And then, yeah, we're just going to work our way down this to-do list. So, yeah, this is live stream right now. So highlight contributors. So, I don't know why I haven't been doing this since the beginning. So yeah, you can go to insights, etc., see all this stuff. Contributors. So something I learned, though, is that I did not know this. If you note that when you hover your mouse over this, it turns into like a little cursor. You can actually zoom in on a certain time period. So as we care mostly about deletions at this point, you can select this, and then it only highlights those that have been contributing. So I'll believe that. Herman, you just said hi. I believe this is Robert, Juho, Ahmed, Balam, and then Radhika and Shubham. Thank you for all your contributions. Herman is in the lead with close to 98,000 lines of code yeeted with only 16 added. So definitely Herman's winning. It's getting harder and harder. I've deleted 70,000. And then, yeah, I think Juho recently got rid of Bliss, which was really nice. Anyway, so thank you for all your contributions. Honestly, it's been awesome. If you look at the PRs and you look at closed, more work is like there's an order of magnitude more work getting done by other people combined than by me. So this is going like way faster than it would if I was just doing this on my own. So thank you so much. Yeah, this has been awesome to have people involved. And yeah, I'll probably each time I'll highlight whatever more recent PRs. So you can see that most of these are code removals at this point. Yeah, Juho got rid of Bliss. Super helpful. I think this was done by a couple people. Was the folder restructuring. So if we go back to code and we now look at JSource, excuse me, this originally was like 200 files, and it still is quite a few. Like, let's go take a look at exactly. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. So what do we do? ls hyphen wc hyphen l. That's because I'm not in JSource. So yeah, there's 54, including folders, now in the JSource file. So this is pretty awesome. And if we just do directories, this is awesome. So now we have like adverbs in an adverb folder, conjunctions in a conjunction folder, and verbs in a verb folder. Everything else, parsing, representations, we're probably going to do that after we do all the adverb, verb, and conjunction porting. So we're going to start with verb porting today. But anyways, all of this stuff has been super, super helpful. So yeah, thanks. And if you're watching the stream and you have not contributed, you don't have to, but if you want to get involved, contributions are totally welcome. I am super liberal with what I push, as long as it's not completely antithetical to what we're trying to do here. Basically, I might leave a few small comments, but I try to merge stuff on like the same day. So yes, to do, highlight, contributions, removals, folder restructure, and then yeah, the JS server. So actually, this is in issues, isn't it? I was poking around the so if you look, how do we do this? -L1, -L2. So there's a bunch of folders, and I'm just trying to simplify. Like if you look at what this code base now looks like, code-wise, it's actually like it's really, really clean compared to the way it started. There was a bunch of like extraneous folders that weren't really used for anything. So now we're down to like test, JSource, JLibrary, doc.cmake, and base64. So like potentially JLibrary is the only folder that we can still get rid of if we want to. And so I was poking around what was in there, and if we go into JLibrary, that's too much information, but it's fine. If you look under add-ons, there's an IDE called JHS. And so I posted an issue because I tried to figure out how to get it working, but couldn't really. Hi, Baron. I don't know how to pronounce that. Baron. We'll go with Baron. But tell me if that's incorrect, and I can pronounce it correctly. And basically, Juho figured out how to get this running. I had to tweak the command a little bit, but if you are in your root directory and you just run this command, it's gonna launch like a web version of our editor, which it's pretty cool. So what's the classic thing that we do? Our IOTA, our 10 by 10 addition table. And if we want our, can you go up? Oh yeah, Control Shift up is, and if we want multiplication, we just switch this. We can go down to 7. So there's our 7 by 7 multiplication table. I guess starting at 0. That's sort of irritating. So we'd want to add 1 to that. Anyways, this is pretty neat. I'm not sure if we'll do anything with this, but I just thought it was worth highlighting. Most of these links don't work, so I don't think we're like running it correctly. I think if you run it locally, most of these like drop-down files don't work. Anyways, this is it's neat though, and I thought it was worth highlighting. So if people want to play around with this, that's cool. That's done. So I think we're done with the first bullet point of highlighting stuff. Do we want to do this right now? Let's do this right now. So currently, whenever a PR is created, actually, do we want? Let's do this right now. So how do we set up actions? So we're just gonna basically the goal here. The first thing that we want to do. Let's see. What are we at? We're at 12:11. Let's see if we can do this in less than 10 minutes. Which my time estimation is really bad on this stuff. But yeah, let's go to settings. Let's go to actions. Create a workflow. Has anybody... The last pronunciation was correct. Okay, Baron it is. Has anybody done this before? All right, we're gonna time box this. I get 15 minutes max because I want to get to porting tally, because that's the fun stuff. So what if we just click use latest version, copy and paste into your snippet. Sure. So let's do this. Let's just wing it as we always do. So create file, and then we come back to our action page, copy, paste, create another file. Okay, so we just do this. Create a new file. This one, okay, we're not in the right directory. Cancel, leave. Auto assign. Add reviewers / assignees to pull requests based on single reviewers list. Multiple reviewers. All right, it looks like this might be the only thing we need. Preview. So set to true to add reviewers to pull request. To add assignees to pull request. No, so assignees I can do. Reviewers, code reports. What does the rest of this say? It says a number of reviewers added to the pull request. Set 0. A list of assignees overrides reviewers if set. Okay. What are the odds that this works? I give it 10%. Now, does someone want to go create like a test PR to see if it works? I feel like we're missing a couple of steps here. Why would you need like a server running in order to trigger that, though? Is my question. So settings, actions, allow all actions. So I think actions are already turned on. You need to create a file in the GitHub workflow in the repo. On top of this action? You just did that. You should be fine. Okay. All right. I will wait until someone creates a test PR. The action tabs shows 2 runs already. Syntax error and YAML. Really? The actions tab? Oh, there's an actions tab. So the first one we did was action. You have an error in your YAML syntax on line 1. Okie dokes. Do you think that potentially when I click this, that I'm not actually supposed to copy and paste this? I'm supposed to copy and paste this stuff? So let's copy this and modify. So let's just comment this out for now. And I don't need this step because we're just using, yeah, I'm guessing the PR that you created. I'm not sure if this is it, but I don't think my name's going to be added to this. Yeah, not yet. Should we give this a shot? Name auto assign action uses 1.1.2. All right. Oh, what's this? Marketplace? Start commit? What the heck? Okay. Commit changes. Let's go back to our actions tab. Well, I think we need another test PR. Assignees, labels, what is this? This is CI, sort of. Can someone else make a test PR again? I think it's, I mean, the fact that we don't have like any updates here, and the fact that when I merged that GitHub workflows, it gave you like an odd start commit thing. Sounds promising to me. We're, I think, 3 minutes away from my 15-minute time box, but I think we're really close. So even if we go over, I think it's worth it. Oh yeah, and while we're doing this, we can set up our. Let's just open gedit. Lessons learned. So technically, I learned this before, but the highlighting section of GitHub Insights and how to add an action, although that's a bit presumptuous. I might have oh, here we go. Did this work? It did not. Although actually, maybe it did work. In progress, successful, refresh. Okay. Details. Set up job. What are these little... Resource not accessible by integration. Should we go check the PR again just to see if it was... Sad face. What are Maison... Oh, I see. You're just adding more of these. Alright, we'll merge this in a sec. But first, let's... So... Ubuntu latest workflows will use Ubuntu 20.04. Okay, that's fine. I don't care. Resource not accessible. GitHub... Actinos. Dun, dun, dun. Only needed if you use something other than github/autoassign.yaml. We're definitely using autoassign.yaml. And add reviewers set to true. A list of reviewers to be added to pull requests. GitHub username. I did spell my GitHub username correct, right? Well, that's a sad story. Oh well, I give up for now. Maybe we'll come back at the end of the stream, see if we can figure it out. Maybe it was a temporary thing, and the next time someone opens a PR, it'll work. But doesn't seem to be working for the moment. But that's all right. Let's get to the fun stuff. And if someone sort of figures out or troubleshoots it, we can revisit this. But it's not incredibly... Well, I was supposed to keep that open. Actually, yeah, let's look about open NGs. We should go add that. I see the following output. I'm not sure what I've got wrong. You can see the directory structure. I have the same problem. I found the solution this. You need to use on pull request _ target. Beautiful. Beautiful. A beautiful butterfly. Does anybody know what movie that's from? I'm a beautiful butterfly. What are we doing? We're going to code. 10 points for Gryffindor if someone can guess that movie correctly. What are we doing? Right, we're coming here. Auto assign. First, we'll update this. And that's not. We wanted to copy this and save that. Then we want to go to GitHub, workflows, action, and just to make sure we have this correct, it's, sorry about the noise. We'll just copy and paste it to ensure the correctness. Baron, sorry I was wait, did I miss something? No, we're just troubleshooting why this isn't working. We found an open issue on the script, and the solution was apparently to add _ target to pull request. So if we commit this, I am hopeful that the next time someone creates a PR, that it will work. But maybe we can just wait for that to organically happen. But I think this is done now, and we should see it work the next time a PR. So just next time someone's doing something and the PR is created in the next few hours, just ping in the chat and we'll take a look. But I think that's done. So yeah, let's close this. That was pretty straightforward, to be honest. And that only took 19 minutes. So we were 4 minutes over my 15-minute time box. Pretty good. Pretty good. Right. Let's go and start porting J-code. All right, this is gonna be awesome. I'm super excited about this. So let's. Right, I'm pretty sure there's no way to close this, so we have to kill it by just closing the terminal. And I need to get my T out of wave my hand so I can type properly. All right, what we're going to do, first we're going to open up VS Code. And let's, what do I have checked out currently? Right, because I was already playing around with this before. So git remove why am I doing git? All right, we're back to green. And so I guess we can be over in VS Code for this. So the first function that we are going to port, zoom in a tiny bit here, is going to be, so at the top of v.c, which is I think like one of the main verb. Awesome. Well, let's, Baron said that we are golden and that there's a PR. I'm at it as the reviewer, assignee, and what this means is that I should get a notification. Yeah, and this was the primary goal for this, is that I work on GitHub for like my day-to-day job. You can see all these Rapids QDF, Rapids QDF, Rapids QDF. So Rapids is the organization within NVIDIA that I work for, and all of our code is open source. So I work on GitHub for my day job. And so notifications is typically where like I start my day. I go and I check, are there things that need to be reviewed, etc. And so I want the notifications to show up if someone's created a PR. I don't want to have to manually go to the source code and then look at the number of PRs. I just want a little notification to pop up that JSource PR was open, because it'll be just nicer. And in the future, we can add some more actions if we want to. But yeah, this is awesome. So yeah, we can also go back to where was our to-do list and check this off. So yeah, this is fantastic. Thank you, Baron, for the 3 PRs. And while we're at it, I guess we can, where'd the PR go? We can go and check, although the CI is still running. Yeah, that seems fine to me. So once CI has finished running, we'll go ahead and merge that. Back to VS Code. So as you can see at the top of this v.c file, we have a number of one-line functions. Let's try and make this a tiny bit prettier. And yeah. So because of a previous PR that replaced the F1 and F2 macros, we no longer have those macros, but these were all previously monadic verbs, meaning they take a single argument. So every single verb or function in the J source code takes this JT parameter or argument. And then monadic functions only take a single A. So A is the array. We're probably not gonna port that today. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a couple of these one-liner functions and we're gonna port them. So the first one we're gonna port is tally. So let's go and open up our J console. Actually, let's do a pull first. Let's do a build. Little off topic, but does your team at NVIDIA have summer internships? In general, we do. We had an intern. I definitely know we've had a couple interns. I think we have one intern. But things right now are very uncertain because of COVID times. I know at one point we had openings, and then more recently the openings disappeared. And so it's sort of up and down. So if you're applying for internships like through the portal, depending on when you apply, you may or may not hear back from NVIDIA, within a couple weeks, or it could be months because we just are like, there's a hiring freeze. It's sort of above my pay grade. I don't really know when we do and when we don't. But you can always go to like the NVIDIA Careers website to check for the openings. And Baron just said that CHI has passed. Awesome. Merge pull request, confirm merge. And we're back down to one open PR. Awesome. So thank you again, Baron, for the 3 test PRs. And yeah, so we were building. And now we want to open up our console. How many people? 15? That's fine. I should probably get rid of the hello YouTubers. So tally basically is the equivalent of length or count or size in insert your language. So in Python, it's the equivalent of len. If you have a len of 1, 2, 3, it'll return you 3. So in J, to get a list of 3 numbers, you go iota 3. If we want this to be 1 indexed, we add 1 to it. Let's make this a little bit bigger. And so to get the shape of this, we take this and then we just put a $ in front of it. And then this returns us 3. The same thing, so in the dyadic case, when you pass a right-hand argument, it will give you the shape. So if I go iota 9, 3 by 3, this will give us a 3 by 3 matrix. And then once again, if I put a $ in front of this, this means what is the tally? What is the size of this 3 by 3 matrix? It's going to give you the first axis, the length of the first axis. Oh, okay, never mind. It's not going to give you the length. Wait, that's because this is not tally. Right, I'm actually showing you shape right now. So shape is $, tally is octothorpe. So shape actually gives you the shape, which is all the dimensions. Tally just gives you the leading dimension. So I guess to make this a little more clear, let's change this to 4, change this to 12. So now we have a 3 by 4 matrix or a 4 by 3 matrix where 4 is the number of columns and 3 is the number, so 4 is the number of rows and 3 is the number of columns. And octothorpe gives you 4. because the rows are, I guess, the leading axis in this case. Yeah, and Bob's pointing out, yeah, dollar is shape, tally is octothorpe. So basically what that means is that we are going to either be returning... and also, what is the shape of just a single number? Or the tally. Sorry, I gotta stop confusing these two. So let's comment-wise, MB dollar sign is shape. This is tally. So tally always returns you basically a scalar, and shape will return you potentially n element array depending on the number of dimensions that your n-dimensional array has. Tally is the number of items. So that's actually interesting. So Bob's saying this is the number of items because there's in going through the source code, there are functions that have items, and then there are functions that have atoms. And you're saying that items is the number of leading dimensions, which is sort of the number of like elements in the leading dimension, whereas atoms, if I understand correctly, is just the number of elements overall. So in our 4x3 matrix here, the number of items is 4 because we have 4 rows, but the number of atoms is 12. And Bob can confirm what I just said or correct me if I'm wrong. So hopefully that makes sense. If you have questions, feel free to ask in the chat, and either I will answer or Bob will answer. Bob is our local... He doesn't like it when I call him the J expert, but compared to the rest of us, he knows infinitely more about J than we do, including me. So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be porting tally, which is this function right here, and you can even see at the very end. It's a little bit hard to make out. If I zoom in a little bit more, you can see at the very end here there's a comment that says that shows the octothorpe. So it actually shows this is what this is picked up as when you're writing J code. So let's copy and paste this, delete it, and I did some research on sort of the we need to definitely I always make this mistake. Put that on do not save. And what are we going to do? We are going to create a new file. And we're going to call this number of atoms is */ravel. So if we take this, we go ravel, that'll put it in a rank 1 array. */ Isn't this multiplies reduction, aka product? Yeah. Okay, that's what I thought. So yeah. The number of atoms, aka the number of elements in your n-dimensional array, is just going to be the tally of your flattened n-dimensional array. So what is a language that we can easily show this in, or is it worth highlighting this? We can go to Python, I guess, for a sec. Import more iter tools. So if we have L equals 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and I think more iter tools has a flatten. So yeah, basically L starts off as like a 3x3, either two-dimensional list or matrix, whatever you want to call it. And then if we flatten it, it just becomes a single list. And then if we take the length of this, we get 9. So this is the exact same thing in... so yeah, we should maybe we should add this to our examples. So this is the same thing as basically taking your 3x3 matrix and then going tally for len, and then comma for flatten, which is pretty cool. So we've got this new file. We are going to copy and paste this. We are going to include j.h, and the key here is to put an extern C around the include, and then we should be good to go. And we can save this, and we want to save it in a new folder called verbs monadic. And then we want to call this, okay, apparently that just exited my saving, tally.cpp. And we want to save this. And let's just see now if we can still build. So this is going to be, right, we're not going to build potentially because why did that build? We deleted get diff. We deleted tally. Oh yeah, so now it's an undefined symbol. JT tally is not there. So now we just need to go update the CMake files. And at the bottom of our verbs, we now have a new folder. And for now, I think I'll probably change this ultimately because there are hundreds of verbs, if I'm not mistaken. Like in verbs.c, v.c, there's like, I think 30 or 40 verbs. So if we were to split this one function into 40 files, that might be a bit much. But for now, we're just going to one by one create a file per verb to keep things simple. And let's try this again. And let me turn off this boinking noise. And now let's open up console. And if we do, so what was the example we had? We had iota 3.3. We flattened this, or technically we added 1 to it. We flatten it with comma, and then we count with tally. So that's what we saw in Python. So awesome, this is working. So now let's go and let's actually change, let's close all these files. So first things first is we are going to format this. Well, actually, let's format the whole file. Format document. All right, look at that. Let's move our comment to the top. And now the benefit of this is that we can zoom in hella, so there should be no readability concerns. So yeah, later we're going to set up to add Doxygen support. And my hope is to get like some really, really beautiful documentation. This was a suggestion. Who suggested this? I can't remember. Issues. Yeah, I believe this was Robert. Yeah, Robert suggested adding Doxygen. I'm not a big fan of Doxygen itself, but apparently there are some alternative options. I've sort of listed them out. You can combine it with Sphinx and Breathe. And we're going to take a look to get some just really nice documentation, which my hope will be that this will be like a go-to resource, not just for J programmers, but like for APL programmers, K programmers, maybe even like Julia. So like we'll have examples of like tally. So in APL, that's not what I wanted. I want to try APL. In APL, the equivalent of this. So we go iota 9 3 3. So this is how we get our 3x3 matrix. We flatten it with the comma as well. And tally in APL is actually quite nice. It's a sideways, like, if you think about how, what is it? Paint Online. When you're scoring things in games, you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like that. That's basically what this is. So this is that rotated, which is pretty neat. So yeah, my hope is that for the docs, like we'll have, tally is the octothorpe in J, it's this symbol in APL, and like, equivalent examples. So and then also like what is this called in Python? It's called len. In other languages, it's called something else. So that it's like a go-to resource for people to understand this, because I think the J docs have a lot to be desired. Anyways, back to porting. So let's port this. So first thing we can do is I have a PR open to like basically delete all this stuff. This is just like debug checks. We don't care about those. So how many of these are there in? There's 629 of them. So yeah, ultimately these will be gone. But in the meantime, we can just delete them manually. And then, yeah, let's port this. So first things first is so yeah, in case you're just tuning in, A is type def for AD. So this is our like n-dimensional array. You may get duplicates for symbols with my monadic dyadic cases. I don't understand that last comment. Do you mean with respect to removing the arg checks? But so yeah, A basically refers to this struct. It's a pointer to one of these structs. There's a bunch of noisy stuff at the top here that I'm hoping eventually we'll be able to delete. And then the important stuff here is basically like reference. This is a reference count. This is the number of atoms. So let's clean this up a bit here. Yeah, so this is the rank, number of atoms. I have no idea what this is. Reserved for allocator. Bob's saying tally y is tally. X octothorpe y is copy. Okay. I'm still unclear. So you may get duplicates for symbols with monadic dyadic cases. Do you just mean when I'm creating the docs? Because that's fine. I mean, like, in APL and J, yeah, symbols have multiple meanings. There's no avoiding that. Maybe that's what you're trying to highlight, is just that there still is going to be some inherent confusion in the docs, but yeah, inherent complexity or confusion is unavoidable. But maybe I'm still missing what you're trying to point out. Anyway, so A is basically our n-dimensional array, which ultimately I think we'll call array. We can have a vote. Comment in the chat if you don't think, because I know there's std array, but I don't like. We could call it nd array or md array. Okay, yeah, Bob's just saying just for the docs. Okay, yeah. That's a good point. But yeah, unless if we completely like redefine the way J works, which is not the point of this project. Yeah, that confusion is always going to be there. So yeah, we'll use this type def, and we want to always use trailing return type. Oh yeah, so I'm going to be creating a design doc as well. And some of those rules are, so we can start like a markdown of the rules. So rule number 1 is, these aren't actually in any order. Trailing return type. So this is like more like a style guide. Trailing return type. JArray could be a good alternative. JArray. Yeah, if you've got suggestions. So yeah, like NumPy, Octave. They use this. MDArray is only used by C++, and it's actually C++ proposal. And then array is used by it's used by R, it's used by Julia, others. This one's not used by anyone, but that's that's a suggestion from Baron. So first thing we can notice here is that this is a declaration initialization split. So we can delete that. And should we keep track of... yeah, let's do that. Let's create another file in the docs. And we'll call this like a README, like refactoring... what do you call them? Refactorings. Let's just call it that. So like rule, count, maybe we'll abandon this, but we'll call this what? Decl init split. So this is whenever you have a variable declared, like not when it needs to be. So like, for instance, right where we were, like it's very idiomatic C to like define all your variables at the top of your function. Like remember, this was all on one line before, right? So it's a very idiomatic C to like declare all your variables up front and then just use them when you need to use them. That's considered bad practice in C++. In fact, C++ core guidelines declare 46 of them. Don't define a class or enum and declare a variable of its type in the same statement. Declare names in for statement initializers and conditions to limit scope. Declare one name only per declaration. Don't declare a variable. Yeah, this one right here. Perfect. Don't declare a variable until you have to initialize it. So what is this? Do we have a... These things are hyperlinked, right? And this is ES22. Yeah, so this will be fun. So what do we call this? Core guideline? Whoops. And so this is ES.22. Wow. It's long. It's unfortunately very long. Is there a way to get a shorter... Actually, we're going to do this slightly differently. We'll just put these up here. What do I want to call this? JSource docs refactor rings. And Control Shift. I thought I had a way. Oh, I didn't name it an MD. Rename .md. And now if I go Control Shift, why is this not working? What is the preview? Open preview, Control Shift V, my bad. There we go. Yeah, it seems fine. Yeah, we might use the link shortener later. But for now, this is fine. Right, so let's zoom in again, back to, so we'll keep track, so yes. First thing we can do is this. Can this be const? Probably. Is const a guideline? Use const. Look at that. You got a whole section. This was what, con 4? And we'll just call this use const. And we'll call this, what was it? It was con.4. Also, let's check, is there a, because I assume we're going to get to this, delete unused, because that's not really a chord. Unused, how many times? 5 times? Unused parameter should be unnamed. Yeah, so I guess there's no core guideline for that. Nice. Save this. All right, so now things get interesting. We are going to go to our first macro. And I'll be honest, I've gone through this part of the refactoring. I haven't gone through the whole thing. But I wanted to make sure that we didn't get sidetracked and that I wasn't going down like the wrong rabbit hole. So I'm pretty sure this is a good place. So here we've got set IC. And this is the thing about macros. I don't actually know if this is set item count, because it says item count right here. So IC is clearly item count. Or if SET each individually stand for something. But that's fine. Let's just copy and paste this and bring it over here. And let's refactor this. So control, save, format document. Oh, right, because this is still a macro. So let's just replace interesting. Is this comment explicitly telling us what this is? So why is it doing it differently? All right, so let's see. W is W, so we don't need to replace that. And K is targ. So we do that, and then I think, or should we make this a function? Maybe that's what we should do, instead of just like straight up replacing it. So auto set item count. And I guess that's the thing, is we don't really know. We know that. And here, what is I? I is int 64, 64-bit integer, long. I guess that's the question. Is it going to be is it going to be an int 64 in all cases? So to do, will it be a int 64t in all cases? We don't know. And so now we can just okay, and then we can delete this, set item count. I don't even know if the set is right. It doesn't look like we're setting anything here. But we'll get back to this. But let's just see if this compiles for now. Get some T. MB, maybe you have to pass that by ref. Which by ref? targ? A? A is a pointer, remember. And K is just a 64-bit integer that we can easily copy. Stefan Lavaway's rule of thumb is if anything, equal to or less than 1 or 2 pointers is usually fine to copy. Let's go see. Still seems to work, so so far so good. So yeah, remember that array is A, and A is a pointer, a type def for AD. Actually, yeah, that's correct. Yeah, targ is fine. We can, oh, I see what you're saying. I'm actually confused of why, like, we don't use K after this. So I actually don't, I think we're going to be able to delete this at the end of the day. Yeah, so let's walk through what's happening here. We've got a ternary operator. Interestingly, I was actually looking at the standard. We can take a little digression here. ELIS, C++. I was trying to find, I was just curious. Expressions. And then I was looking for, so for those of you that don't know, like eel.is is like a place for the working draft of the C++ standard. So it's not actually the C++ standard because the ISO officially publishes the C++ standard, and you have to pay for it. So this is not actually the standard. It's a draft of the standard, but they're pretty close. And where they vary, it probably doesn't affect us. And I was looking for ternary, the word ternary, because I was trying to look up some, minute details of how the ternary operator works. And ternary, the word ternary doesn't actually show up in the standard. This is known as the conditional operator in the standard, which I thought was interesting, because I have always colloquially referred to this as the ternary operator, because there's like a unary operator which takes one argument, a binary operator which takes two arguments, and then a ternary operator. This is one argument. This is the second. This is the third. So it takes three arguments. But in the standard, it's called a conditional operator. So I don't know if I'll start calling it the conditional operator, because I think most people refer to it as the ternary operator. Anyways, so what are we doing? We're setting targ to be the result of this. So this evaluates left to right, right? And what has higher precedence? I think what's happening here is this. But let's go double check. C++ operator precedence. C++ operator precedence. So yes, insert, some programming language like Lisp that says, yeah, this is why Lisp is so amazing, because you don't have to know about this stuff. But I believe there's a core guideline. Actually, I don't believe. I know that there's a core guideline because this came up on, it's not a, the podcast is not a, oh yeah, plug for my podcast, ADSP, the podcast. This is a podcast that my buddy Bryce and I do. Episode 12 will mention this core guideline, because we were talking about how we felt about parentheses, specifically redundant parentheses. But there is a guideline that says, if in doubt about operator precedence, parenthesize, which I think is like, I agree with the guideline. My problem is that it is indexed on people's subjective doubt. In one case, I might think that something is clear, and it doesn't cause doubt. And then in another case, someone might still think that causes doubt. And so I think they're guidelines, so it's fine. But I just, I wish it was not sort of indexed on something that's subjective. Baron says, I'm not able to compile JSource with fpi or fpic options. I have no idea what fpi or let's take a gander. Hyphen fpi. Whoa, it doesn't even come up. Food protein induced enterocolitis. I have a feeling that that's not what you're after. What about fpic? Free, prior, and informed consent. Probably not also what you're looking for. What if we add C++ to this? PIC stands for Position Independent Code. If supported for the target machine, emit position independent code suitable for dynamic linking and avoiding any limits on the size of the global offset table. This option makes a difference. Why are you building Oh, I see. Baron's saying if I hyphen minus on a Google search. Really? I didn't know that. Head over to our lessons learned. Minus term. Read minus term emits that term from a Google search. Good to know. Bob says, what if you had another function that took 3 arguments but did something different? Now you would have 2 ternary operators, one which is a conditional and the other may something else? What if you had another function that took 3 arguments but did something different? I mean, that's not an operator in that case, that's a function. Oh, I see what you're saying. If you had an operator that took 3 arguments. Yeah, I guess. But that's like that doesn't exist in C++, so although you are correct, yeah, I guess it's a valid point though, that a conditional operator is more specific. Yeah. And Herman just said that he removed all the PowerPC stuff, so we shouldn't have to worry about that. What were we talking about? Oh, yes. We were trying to figure out. So ternary. Oh, look at that. So the CPP reference refers to it as the ternary conditional, combining the best of both worlds. So this has got 2, and of course, equal sign is in the same category. So how does it work? Right to left? Does right to left means that if you're combining multiple of these expressions that you do the rightmost ones first? I'm going to assume that's what that means. So this does indeed mean, so the conditional operator, aka ternary operator, and the equal sign have the same operator precedence, but we evaluate them in right to left order. So therefore, this is evaluating this first and then assigning to t. Okay, so let's split this out then. Int 64t. Actually, so we're not doing this. So this is what I don't understand. There must be cases where this like item count function, previously a macro, uses the k afterwards. To do, I am probably certain uses of the set IC macro use targ after the function. Well, need to create second function in that case. But until then, we can delete this argument. And then just do this locally. What do we call that? Delete unused code. So delete. I don't know, what is that? What kind of refactoring is that? What did we do? Thanks for pointing that out, Baron. There was indeed a spelling mistake there. This needs a semicolon. And we can also format this whole file. We call it, so this is I guess reducing scope. Is there a guideline for that? Scope. Shows up 123 times. Okay. Is there a way just to search just the names of these? So yeah, they just have this in an entire markdown file. Yeah, that's a good point as all. I sort of said that at the beginning, yeah, that I wasn't sure that this is a setting function. Although, so yeah, maybe that's what this was, is that K ultimately is... I wonder if targ stands for target argument. Or it could stand for temporary argument. But yeah, that's a good call. I just want a way to search the titles of... Reduce only shows up 10 times. Reduce noise. Whoops, did not mean to. Scope. This is taking too long. I can't believe that they don't just have like a summary section. C++ core guidelines summary. Read them. it just links you to this. Okay, great. Try to search limit the scope. Limit. Declare names in... Oh, is this ES21? Yeah, there we go. Very good. Who was that? That was Pasha. That was a good guess. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. For limiting instead of reducing the scope. So this is ES21. ES.21. Why did this not copy? Because I didn't copy it. And we'll call this, we'll just call this reduce scope. Or what is it technically? It's don't introduce a variable. Yeah, it's the same thing. ES21 We've done that once now. Awesome. Back to tally. So, and note here, remember that they had this comment that it's starting to look very similar to... So yeah, now that... What does this return? Because we're returning the result of this expression. I actually don't know, because I don't write code like this. Let's go to Gobbolt, and because I don't know how to, or actually, yeah, let's go to Gobbolt. Close. It's too much. And so we've got what? I guess we need IOStream. Int x equals 42, and then int x equals I don't know how to pronounce this, what I assume is a Russian name, but assignment return. If you want to give me like a phonetic way to pronounce that, I can start referring to you to the phonetic version that you give me. Assignment returns a reference to the left-hand side of the assignment. Okay. Is that true for the assignment for a ternary expression? So like in this case, x equals so what what I want is to std cout this. And then std cout x. Do I have the output turned on? So is it safe then to do this? And then we can just delete this as well, which is basically what we have up here. We'll go with Dan. All right, so Dan was the individual who was saying that it's the reference to LHS, the left-hand side of the assignment. So I think this, I can't believe if this is actually what it is at the end of the day. Let's see if this works. This is in tally? Right, we are no longer passing k. And tally of 42. tally of iota 10. Seems to work. And so then the question is, what are these three? So I happen to know, but we'll go and take a look. So this is just basically a macro for getting the rank out of our n-dimensional array. So we can replace this with this. And at some point, we might create either like a temporary array structure so that we can have things more nicely named. It'd be nicer to either have this or to actually have like a rank method. But for now, we'll just leave this like this. And then S, what does S give us? I believe it gives us the shape. And so the 0 index is just going to give us the first value in our shape, which makes sense, right? Because as we said, when we have 1 plus 3 by 3, when we have a 3 by 3 matrix, what we want for tally is if we take the shape, we want the first element of our shape. So how do we do? Take 1, if I recall correctly, is this. And actually, let's make it iota 4. And just to confirm, yeah, so we've got, yeah. Is there a, if Bob, if you're still in the chat, is there a glyph for first instead of having to do take 1? So this is, for those of you that don't know, this is take 1. So if we did take 2, it would give us the full shape in this case. And actually, I was giving Jay a hard time last time saying that I like the APL glyphs for take and drop, which are just like the up arrows and the down arrows. But I realized that if you look at, am I doing this right? If you look at the brace as like a claw, it actually does sort of, you can sort of look like it's taking. Dropping doesn't make more sense, but if you just remember, drop is the opposite of take. So Ken and Bob, we've got 2 J experts in our chat. So they're saying if I drop the second argument, this is just first or head. So yeah, in Haskell they call it head and tail for the first element and the last element. Some languages call it first and last. Interesting. So in a way, you can think of tally. So once again, this is tally. You can think of this as the equivalent of the head of shape. And I think actually, if you want to compose these two, the @ symbol is compose in. So what if we call this tally and we go head composed with shape, and then we replace, where'd our shape example go? Yeah, if we replace this with tally, that definitely didn't work. Oh right, no, because we're flattening it here. So yeah, this should give us 3. Oh, interesting. Ken's saying that tail is this. So if we go iota 9, we should get 8. So yeah, iota 9 is 0 and 8. So this will be head, which is 0. This will be tail. So yeah, let's go add that to our lessons learned. So IJS is head, tail, and also you can think of tally as the composition of head with shape. Neato. So this is basically just going to get us S. And do I need parentheses? And so what is the or one? So it's saying if we have a non-zero rank, get us the first element of our shape. Otherwise, just return 1 in the case that we have a zero rank array. And what is a zero rank array? That's just a number. So if I have 42, the shape of 42 is nothing. It doesn't have a shape. The shape of a 1 rank array, which is like iota 9, this is going to be just the length of your one-dimensional array. For a matrix, it's the dimensions, the number of rows, the number of columns, and then it keeps on increasing. But when you just have a single number, this has no shape. So that's what this conditional is checking. It's saying if you have a non-zero rank, get the first element of your shape. Otherwise, just return 1, which makes absolute sense. So maybe we should add a comment. If you have a non-zero rank, aka not a scalar, take first element of shape. Otherwise, in the case of scalar, return 1. Bob's saying shape of atom is empty. Rank is 0. Okay, so I might have been fumbling my words. So the shape of an atom or a scalar is empty. The rank is 0. Right, that makes sense. Okay. Dope. So we started with this, that then expanded to a bunch of stuff, and now we are left with a very simple single ternary expression, which arguably we don't even need a function for, but we're going to keep it, and we'll probably move it to a different file in the future. Let's just do, all right, do I need parens around this? We'll find out momentarily. Seems to work. All right. So now we're partway there. We need to go check out this SC, which I have no idea what SC stands. Actually, that's not true. That's not true. Sorry, I got overly excited there. Let's go take a look at an implementation of... Actually, let's do it online. Let's take this at a full screen. An implementation of J. That's apt. I wanted to search for it. And the third link... Yeah, so I can't remember where this comes up. So yeah, we're about to see GA, which I believe stands for get array, which we will rename to make array. I went to next. So yeah, next. Where is it in here? Next. Um, Dan says, item count seems confusing because it gives item count of first dimension. Bob responded, I think in J, items are a term that is always first dimension, so not ambiguous within J. Yeah, so there's a difference between item and atom. Atom refers to the elements. So if you've got a 3x4 matrix, you've got 12 atoms. Items refers to the leading dimension. So although it seems confusing coming from other languages, I think within J it makes sense. Man, where is this? I swear I read this in an implementation of J. Let's go back to the source code. Do they have scalar? All right, let's go back to what I was going to bring up. So this is yeah, these functions. Why could I not just find this? I just finished reading this, so it says that the following utilities in file u.c. Are we in u.c? We are not. We're in ja.h. Well, maybe that's a problem. Let's see. Control P u.c. So actually, this is a different... why does it do that? This is a different set of functions. So wait a second. We've got... Oh, no, wait. So we were in a header file. So this is what we want. So these correspond to an integer atom with value k, an atom of type t with 4 byte value k, floating point, literal, arithmetic progression vector, aka, I think this is for like, progressions, string literals, etc. So SC is just for constructing an integer atom. All right. Shouldn't be too complicated. So here we go again. And let's start by save. Actually, you know what? Before we do this, let's commit this, what we've done so far. Oh yeah, I forgot. We were in the middle of doing this at one point. Eastconst. We'll move this to a style guide in a bit. So what do we have? We should just add it all. We should just get committed all. Yeah, let's get committed all. Git add initial work on tally. Hello, Mr. King Champ. Oh, except I just committed this to main. Great. Git reset head. Git checkout tally. Now let's do the same thing. And now we can push. That seemed like it was doing a lot of stuff. Did I do something wrong there? Pull requests, compare porting tally. We also started tracking the refactorings we were doing in refactorings.md. Oh, we're missing a new line here. That's fine, we'll add it later. Create pull request. And we'll see if CI totally breaks. I wonder if it's going to break because it's trying to auto-assign me, which it can't. So, let's go back here. Do I work in NVIDIA? I do. Well, I don't work in NVIDIA. I work at NVIDIA. I used to work in the NVIDIA headquarters, but not anymore. I'm in Toronto now. Ooh, we're going to need some more tea in a bit. All right, so what were we doing? Do I still have it in my paste buffer, my copy buffer? We do. So let's format this file now. All right. So this is for, recall, this is for, what did the textbooks say? Creating an integer atom with value k. Creating an integer atom with value k. I am a little bit confused on why this is so complicated. And it looks like, if I'm not mistaken, this is a bitwise XOR. Anyways, let's just start walking through it. Also, yeah, so first things first, trailing return type. Let's use our type def. So immediately, the first thing I see is that we're returning from this conditional. So we can do our reduce scope guideline, and that works for now. So let's reduce scope is at 2 now. I'm an undergrad. NVIDIA and AMD are like my dream companies. Yeah, just study hard, and you can do it. It's just a matter of working hard while you're in school. I wish I had worked harder when I was in school. That's for sure. Not that I didn't work hard. I don't think I appreciated having like complete freedom to like study all the time. And then when you're working, you don't have as much free time. Okay, so what is this? Let's deal with this conditional first. So num max looks pretty straightforward. Largest number represented in num. Largest number represented in num. That's fine. We could make this a const expr int. Hey Ahmed. Yes, we are working our way through it. So there's a PR. It did pass. Look at that. And you can go check. The majority of the changes are in a new file called tally.cpp. We took tally from here, and this is what it looks like now. And we are now working through SE, which is supposed to just be creating an integer atom, but there's a lot going on. So, oh, and you know what we should actually start doing? That is a good point. That is a good thought. I didn't make a point. I had a thought in my head. Let's go set up, should we do it in this? Should we do it in this file as well? Sure. We can split them later if I want to. Actually, let's get rid of a layer of each of these. So, refactoring, what do we call these? Not guidelines, rules. Refactoring translations. Yeah, that's probably what it is. And we'll just call this from to. And we'll go up here, copy and paste this. And what field do I work in? I work in, technically I work on a team that accelerates data science with GPUs. Facebook has a team that calls this AI infrastructure. And I guess technically NVIDIA has an umbrella term that calls it AI infra. I think that's like, it sounds way too sexy, like AI infrastructure. Like I work on the C++ backend to a Python data science library is basically what I do. Which is awesome because it's super abstract and you get to use a ton of algorithms, which is like, it's my dream job. And then so what we want to do is we want to set up rules so that if in the future, you know, I post issues of like, you know, porting this, people can go and port verbs and functions on their own and we'll have like a reference. So set IC can now go to, and this, yeah, so, you know, we have to, there could be exceptions where this doesn't work. But now this is, Joao, what does rep sign? My guess is that gets us a negative or a positive, but we'll take a look at that in a sec. And so item count, is there anything else? Oh yeah. We want A for the moment to go to array. And we can add to this in the future. So what does this look like? Control-Shift-V. Yeah, this is going to look a lot nicer when it's actually in GitHub. Actually, we can go take a look at what it sort of looks like in view file. Ooh, it's not very nice. That should fix that. Rohan says, I almost missed 108 minutes of your stream. We'll watch it again later. Yeah, sure, if you want to. Yeah, to update I've lost track of time because I'm having too much fun. We're just under 2 hours into it. And yeah, for any of you that have joined in the last little bit, we're porting functions in J that are written in C code to C++ right now. And at the moment, we're porting this function here. And we can format this document because, as you can see, there's no space here. And there should be a space here. I guess let's take a little, we're 2 hours in. Let's take a little break and people can give me their thoughts on Clang format. I mean, ultimately, I'm the dictator here when it comes to Clang formatting. But there's things that I don't have, like, I haven't fully made up my mind on how I feel about them. But yeah, first let's go Control-Shift-P, format doc. So now there's a space. So how do people feel this versus this? Bryce and I just had a conversation about this. I mean, in Rapid's QDF, we break the first brace on a function here, but then we keep the if statements up here. I don't know. I think I like this better in general. Yeah, same line. And then currently we're using 4 spaces. Google and almost every standard uses 2. My first code base that I worked on for work used 3. I don't know. I'm liking 4 right now. Baron saying prefer the new line. Mr. King Champ saying prefer the new line. Like it does make it stand out a little bit more. I don't know though. So we have what? Brace after function for or after function on new line. 4 is 2. Against is I'm against it, I think. Two gets cluttered sometimes. Same line, 4 spaces. So that's against. Yeah, 4. Okay, so it sounds like there's agreement on 4 spaces. I like 4 spaces. Although in the J code base, if you notice, they use 1 space. Tabs, yeah, no, we're not. There's no. We're not going to talk about tabs versus spaces, but because we are working in GitHub, tabs messes up like the way stuff renders in GitHub sometimes. So we're always going to use spaces. That's an unsolved problem when it comes to like viewing code on like online portals. Maria says typically leave the opening brace on the same line. So that's another. I think I've lost track now. That's against it being broken. I think Baron. I can't remember if Baron, if you already voted. So let's see. Joao said. Oh yeah, Baron did say prefer new line. Mr. Kingchim said new line. Joao said same. Herman said same. Dan prefers a new line. Open curly braces because it looks symmetrical. That's true. I mean, I love symmetry. I think Azal is saying tabs just want. Oh yeah, that's just for the tabs versus spaces. Then Baron. So yeah, I think it is 3 versus 4. And Baron's saying, oh, you just need to do send a query of ts equals 4 in the URL. Yeah, I mean, that's almost an argument for me. If you're having to specify, or is that what it's called, a query or whatever, the question mark, etc. Yeah, I just saw the Dan you for the new line, so it's 3v4. I don't know. We can revisit. If you're watching this, Ahmed, you're saying not for it. If you're watching this on YouTube, well, everyone's watching this on YouTube. If you're watching this post the live stream, feel free to comment in the chat, and I will go and look. Because yeah, this one I'm torn on. The one thing where I do think it's useful is if you end up with like a bunch of template stuff, and then you're doing some trailing return type with like decal vowels and blah blah blah, and then you end up with a bunch of stuff like this, and then the brace is out here, and then like the next line sort of starts here. That sort of irritates me, and if you have a bunch of that stuff, then I do think it's useful to break on the brace, which is why we do it in Rapids QDF. However, we currently don't have that, so I do sort of like this. Yeah, Baron's saying I do have a script for it, but there should be a setting. Yeah, I'm sure there probably is a setting. Anyways, a digression done. You can make a poll in the community tab. I can? Let's go do that. Oh, in the community tab of my YouTube channel. Sure. Let's do that for fun. I mean, your channel, community, poll, ask your community. Can these polls do Markdown? YouTube polls work with Markdown? Yeah, it doesn't look like it. What do you prefer when writing when I don't know how this is gonna render, so we'll just say A or B. Can I preview this? We'll see. Let's see what it does. Auto F or auto add auto A. Actually, I shouldn't do that because then I'm just gonna get a bunch of like, that's not valid C++. Return A plus B. What the heck? What? Preview? There's no preview? Come on, YouTube. And I just know this is going to render horribly. Does anybody notice any mistakes? So what do we have? So you can make a poll. Last off-topic question. Should I keep doing computer graphics or should I do LeetCode code forces? You should do whatever keeps you interested. I mean, depending on the company, I guess you're asking specifically about NVIDIA. I don't think LeetCode questions helps as much as it does for companies like Google and Facebook that have classically like the data structures and algorithms questions. But I mean, just like do what you're passionate about. If you're passionate about computer graphics, just keep pursuing that, and it'll show in your work. And ultimately, you should end up being successful. I mean, all right. Let's see what happens. Post. Can I edit it? Of course I can't edit it. Of course I can't. Oh well. Do I know Giba? I don't think so. All right. Enough on our what digression. That was like a 10-minute digression. Okay, so I guess what I was gonna do is const expr. Should we keep this as nummax? Probably not. And so what is it actually again? It is largest number represented. Maybe we should just leave it for now. let's just leave it for now. And what does rep sign do? Replicate sign bit of X to entire word. Oh yeah, we don't work too closely with the Keglers, the Grandmasters. But yeah, we do have like a whole team of them that are busy entering contests and winning them, which is like an awesome job. Basically, just getting to compete on Kaggle with like ridiculous hardware to run your algorithms and stuff. It's awesome. So this is 64, right? Yeah, bits in a word. And bits in a word is actually, how many times does this show up? $529. Of course, it's picking up a bunch of other stuff. So how do we regex this down? Not 0 to 9, or A to Z, or A to Z, down to 108. And we want the same thing on the other side as well. Down to 104. It looks like BW minus 1 shows up a lot. 25 times. Oh, is hyphen W is hyphen W for a word? Interesting. Man, I knew that. Why did I forget that? Regex hyphen W. What it actually is specifically, because isn't lowercase w and uppercase W two different things? A to Z, lowercase and uppercase, 0 to 9, including the underscores. Yeah. So that's lowercase. Does the uppercase make a difference? Gives you out the syntax to find the word characters, and the above code is for non-word characters? W is for not word. I forgot regex. Can't remember if it includes digits. Interesting. So W for word, which is 0 to 9, A to Z, A to Z, plus or underscore, etc. / W is for non-word. Okay, that's very, very good to know. It's a very subtle difference, but I mean, all of regex is pretty subtle. So replicate sign. So do we, I don't know, do we replicate sign? This is a, at least in this case, this is a 64-bit int. And I assume this is returning a 64-bit int as well. Is this worth it being a function? So we know this is 64, which means this is in total 63. So what does this even do? I can never fully make sense of shift operators. Well, we already have a goblet open, so why is it warning us? Right shift. Oh, do we need to make this a 64 bit? There's stopped a warning. Oh, there was a mistake in my learning. Right, you are correct. Thank you for pointing that out, Ken. So what if we do... So I'm pretty sure, if I recall, left shifts are just basically 2 to the power of whatever. So if you want, like, 1024, you can just go, like, 1 long left shift 10. So let's test my theory. 1 long left shift 10 should give you 1024. It does. Yeah. And my guess is that this is the opposite. So if I take 1024 and I do right shift 5, that's going to divide this by, what, 32, which means we're going to end up with 32? Right. So it's basically just doing divisions or multiplications by 2. Which means that when you do a right shift 63, you're basically getting the final bit of a 64-bit integer. Which means if we go... I didn't want LiveStream twice, I wanted limits. And if we go... I think it's numeric underscore limits. I'm going to get this wrong. Max int 64 t, or is it this is max? I can never remember. Numeric limits. Yeah, I was right. So if we do this, and we do x of 63, we should get 2. Or 1. Oh, I didn't spell limits right. Yeah, Baron typed it probably faster than I looked it up. There's like a... I actually don't know why the leg is so bad. I watched a bit of Jason Turner's stream yesterday. His leg seemed... missing the std namespace. His live stream seemed like there was absolutely no lag, and I think I've got like 10 to 15 seconds of lag. This gives you 0. Interesting. Replicate sign. Why do they call it replicate sign? Replicate sign bit of x to entire word. Oh, I see. I mean, it's basically just sign, right? If unsigned, just move sign to bit 0. So my guess, let's look at where rep sign gets used. It was without the... So this is a 64-bit. What's an unsigned? So yeah, UI. It seems like most of the time it's a unsigned 64-bit integer that's getting passed. I guess we can just leave it as replicate sign for now. Although, once again, I'm a bit concerned that x is, well, x be int 64t. If it's ever an unsigned, we're going to end up with problems. Although in this case, we actually know that it's not. So what does that mean? If we know that this is always an... Oh, no, right. I see. We're not using unsigned here. We're using an integer. We're using a signed integer. Okay, I'm getting mixed up a bit. Right. So what does this expression mean then together? The XOR of k and replicate sign. Oh yeah, sorry, I missed I missed a bunch of comments. So you're saying x needs to be long, try negative x. Baron said gets the most significant bit, the sign bit for sign types. So negative 42 should print 1. Could replace the return x. Could replace with return x less than 0. Well, we need to static cast that if we want to be correct. Is there a setting in OBS? For what? Try negative x. I think it does what my comment said. Did I miss another one of your comments? Gives -1 for negatives and 0 for otherwise. Yeah, I think that's what it does as well. I think the XOR flips all bits of negative numbers and leaves positives unchanged. So this basically returns -1 for x less than 0, 0 otherwise. So, I mean, let's just do that then. So x is less than 0, -1, 0. Whoa. It's not happy about JTSC. Well, let's just rename this then to scalar atom. And then replace this with scalar atom. We might need to change that to like integer. Invalid conversion to long int. Right. Segfault. Okay, so it didn't like that. What have I missed? Oh, for the stream delay. Maybe. Yeah, I'll look into it afterwards. Potentially, yeah, there is a setting. Could I show the original rep sign for a second? Yeah. You think it should return 1, not -1? That didn't fix things. Yeah, if it does n shift, it should return 1. Was it... Did I remove these parens? Oh, interesting. Was that actually it? Yeah. It was the parentheses that I removed. Best to test a negative number uncoupled. -42. OL. Seems to return -1. and then 0. Okay. So we're doing tally still, so iota 9, iota 42, or not iota, tally, sorry, and then iota 3. Seems to be working. So then what? So this is basically, not a good name for this function. Need to rename. Feel free to comment in the chat if you think of a better name. And also let's go to this and go to rep sign with replicate sign for now. And then this, so let's copy and paste this to, and now so we can get rid of this comment because it's self-explanatory now. And we put this up here, so now what happens if we do 42 hat, and also let's just, so it's faster to type for me, rs of 42. And we do the same thing with this, and we put a negative 42. As my guess is that this is a very complicated way of making this number positive. It's a very complicated way of subtracting 1 from negative numbers and making them positive. So this should be a no-op. Propagate sign bit. Propagate sign bit. Yeah, 2's complement stuff. Well, just for lack of, I guess I need to understand XOR replicate sign bit is basically -1 times x minus 1. And then this is just x. And of course, then this is very much need better name. So I think this is all just for the sake of being able to do this comparison. On single-digit integers with nummax, which is 9. So yeah, this makes just as much sense as the code before to me. But let's leave it at that for now, and we can come back to this maybe. I'll post an issue later. So let's take a look at num. What does num do? Of course it does this stuff. So this is sort of done. Now we have num. So let's auto num, you know, something, question mark, question mark. Return. What is bnum? Bnum another thing? Of course it is. Bnum is what? Bnum. Close this. Let's format this code base. The numbers we keep at hand, 0 and 1 are b01, the rest int, but the first two are integers, integer forms of 0 and 1. What the F? And of course we messed up. So let's keep the return type for now. So n in this case, once again, is an int 64. This is a static cast. And Dan, I hope I'll never work with such a code base. Why is it whining about? Oh, because I haven't renamed this. Oh yeah, was there a comment on num? There was no comment on num. We don't know what num is doing. Oh boy. And why is it's whining about, so what are the actual complaints here? Yeah, it's just so. And it's whining about this, invalid type conversion. Well, what did it have before? It had paren, a paren. Oh, so it's const is going to be invalid, dynamic is going to be invalid. So this is a reinterpret. Ashtum says, well, why right shifting a long by 63 should return -1? If it's negative, that's what happens. So we saw earlier that negative 42 shift 63 after we put a long here. We saw that the output for this is a negative 1. So if you're asking like mechanically, yeah, 2 complement stuff, that's I need to go look into more. But we have it working for now. Joao said, I think it copies the sign bit. Oh, that's a response to Ashtum. Remember something about it when we were building an ALU, an arithmetical logic unit. Yeah. So we're going to leave this as a to-do. Because I have no idea what this code is doing. So we're doing some lookup into a 2D array of 64-bit integers, and we're looking at the 20th, 2nd row, 8th element, which supposedly means something. What does... Oh, I see. I missed that this is using a bunch of crazy macros to initialize this with some stuff. So all this is initializing bnum. And then I don't know, we're doing some sort of lookup into it. It's unclear to me. And yes, there's a discussion now about binary arithmetic. So once we assign this to Z, then we do, what is this? We have a 64-bit integer, a bitwise and then a bitwise not. All right, let's go play around with this now. 42 and not 1. So that's 42. Negative 42. Zero. Yeah, that's a good point. Maybe we should call it fix me, or refactor me. So I don't understand. So this, I assume, not 1 is just 0. And then, whoa, is negative 2. So what is a... What is... I wonder, is this Googleable? Oh, did I just hit refresh? I think it zeroes the first bit. So I need an odd number. So this is just modulus 2. What about negative 43? What is negative 43? Or it's not mod. It's It's like a plus equals mod. Well, so here's a test. Well, actually, can we test that? Yeah, it's x minus x modulus 2. This is crazy how complicated this is. So this is really, it's like a floor on base, on like a binary base, sort of. And then what does this do? Oh yeah, that's a good point, because this is just going to be cast to a... because this is just going to be cast to a Boolean. What the F? For real? So this is equivalent to... So let's comment this out. This is equivalent... This is equivalent to so if it's 1 or 0, it's going to be false. And if it's not 1 or 0, well, what is it, negative? What if it's negative 1? It'll go down to negative 2, right? Yeah. Is equal to k does not equal to 0, and k does not equal to 1. Or actually, wait. Yeah. Which I will say, this is a lot shorter. But, not... Is that bad? Should we call it not 0 or 1? Actually, let's call it x. Actually, let's call it n. And it looks like you were, yeah, 0i, 1i. We already copied this over though, which is right up here, which is a reinterpret cast of bnum plus n. I think if we copy and paste this up here and then format the doc, it's all on the same line now. So once again, this is all unnecessary because we don't need z unless if k is not 0 or 1. In fact, really, what we should do is this should be 0 or 1. Or should we, what do people think? Should use the logical ones or should we use the actual spelling ones? And then, oh, right. Good catch. This should be array. And then we can delete this. And then we can delete all of it. Yeah, or for the win. Okay, you want to do that? But that's the thing, is it actually looks quite nice in this case. Logical, logical, logical. Okay. The chat wins, the chat wins. And what about the logical, what about this versus this? Because I actually prefer, like literally I just accidentally named my function. You should never prefix a function with not. It should always just be the complement of that, and then you should just be specifying the not. Same with JTally on line 68. Oh yeah, you're correct. So I sort of do like this. The chat has not weighed in yet. So is there a guideline? Now I'm like, so we're basically replacing all of this. So like we can reduce this to return this. Be consistent at least? Do you mean like if I'm using the logical or I should use the logical not? Do I have T left? I feel like at the end of the day, all of this like is going to reduce down into nothing. Like, because we're just creating a single integer. Like, it should not be this complicated. Yeah, we're definitely doing this. I'm trying to think. We're because like technically you could add const here, or you can't add const here. So, is there like an avoid reassignment or something? Avoid mutation. Where are we at? So let's go. Oh yeah, have people voted on this? Probably not. Oh, there's actually a few people. What the heck? That should not be an option. You see that? They're saying break, but then have the start of your function on the same line as the first brace. I don't even think that's an option in Clang format. But yes, let's go back and find the guidelines. Where did our guidelines go? Mutation. C++ is really getting messy now. Do you mean the C++ we're writing or the standard? Declarative. Do they have any guidelines on declarative code? Prefer expressions over expressions and statements. Well, I'll go and look up, or if anyone wants to do that, see if there's a rule. See if there is a rule about avoiding mutation when possible, or being more declarative, or simplifying, or something. I don't really know. But I feel like this, yeah, and actually maybe let's copy and paste this over to capture what is happening here. I don't really, like, definitely this is like a best practicey kind of thing. We're avoiding mutation. We're being more declarative. We're using an expression instead of, reassignment. But I don't really know what to call this in terms of like what guideline are we meeting here? C programmers like complexity everywhere. I mean, you have to understand that the folks that wrote this code base, like, this is what they're used to doing. Like, it's the language they speak. So it looks foreign to us, or at least to me, because I don't write code like this. But that doesn't necessarily mean. I mean, I do think it is in general quite hard to digest what's going on. But for them, I think it worked. All right, so this is pretty good, and I think we can actually get rid of these braces. What do people feel about it? I personally, this actually comes up on the same podcast that Bryce and I recorded that'll be released in a couple weeks, about like whether some people are like adamant about having to put these braces here. I personally, doesn't matter to me. In fact, I prefer, except then it does that. Yeah, actually, I think I like this because then in the future, when we name this better, and this refactor me isn't going to be here, this is going to be a lot more concise. And yeah, we need to refactor, 0i, 1i. Bob saying, I have to go for a bit, but is the integer creation that you're working on implementing the constant functions like 9 that will return 9 given an argument? So 9 colon 10 returns 9. 9 colon 42 returns 9. I don't think so. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. I think if we are listening to this, SC is creating an integer atom with value k. So this is just doing a ton of like bitwise, bitwise arithmetic to like check some like two complement stuff, and it's not clear to me exactly what this is doing, but you could be 9 colon apostrophe. What does that do? Dan says always braces or at least a separate line. Yeah, maybe we'll leave braces for now. But if it gets short enough, I'm fine with this being on a single line. But let's see if this builds. Seems to still work. I mean, so this is a vast improvement. There's still this needs to be refactored. This needs to be refactored. Actually, maybe should we do the refactor me? And in this case, once again, is at int64. This is going to be a interpret cast array. We can leave the braces there. We don't know. Or double single quote. So 9 colon still gives 9. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if under the hood this is using the same. Actually, we can just debug it. Although we can't debug the other one because it's using a macro. But I mean, we can step through this stuff. Although, yeah, actually, these single line things are going to be tricky to debug. Interesting, interesting. What is BNum again? BNum is this crazy two-dimensional array of 64-bit integers. All right, I'm going to go put on T. I'll be back in 1 minute. All right, we're back. As I mentioned before, Lady Grey. It's the best tea that you can buy at a grocery store, at least. Thanks, Bob. You've probably left by now. But yeah, a couple hours. I'll probably go until my partner gets back from work. So it depends when she's back. She could be back at 4. She could be back at 6. But yes. So I'll leave these as like, I'll open up issues post. Oh yeah, let's go see. We haven't really looked. Is there a bunch of pull requests open now? To compiler flags. What is this for? If hyphen db shell shared libs equals true. Okay, yeah, we can merge this later. All right, so let's leave this part alone, and let's see if we can get through this in the next before 4. If we can do it in 30 minutes, that would be awesome. And then yeah, it depends on how much time we have, but I would love. I was hoping to get to more than one verb, but I sort of anticipated that this might happen. You know, so and yeah, we actually haven't. We're still working on the first line of this. There's still the second line. Although, what is xcall? Oh, how bad is it? It is... So this is in k.c. What's the k files are what? These are conversions. So this is probably its own... We need a new file, a conversion file or something. Conversion.cpp. Technically, it's a single return, though. We can delete all of this. But let's get to that. Let's get to that later. So let's just focus on this now. So let's take a look at the GAT0 macro. So as I mentioned, GA... I believe there's a GA macro. Let's see if we can find it. Define GA. Space. There's really no GA. Well, oh, there it is. There it is. I just was not looking hard enough. This, according to the implementation of J, is, for example, blah, blah, blah. All arrays are created using a macro GA. So I think GA stands for get array. But in C++ land, whenever we have like a get function, we usually call it like make pair, or make unique pointer, etc. So that's what we will replace GA with make. And I believe GAT0. So the pattern that I've noticed in these code bases is like there's usually a base function, and then they have a base macro to be accurate, and then they have specializations that like hard code some of the parameters. So if we line this up by the first paren, then we line it up by gats. And unfortunately, we have to zoom out a tiny bit. Hopefully, everyone can all see that still. And so let's try and even do this a bit more. If we align it by type size or type hash. So then we can sort of, and this is why I love alignment so much. Like, to me, the difference between this and what we just had is like night and day. It's so much easier to parse what's different here. And you can see clearly that GAT0 is just a specialization of GAT that specifies 0 for the shape. Why shape has two A's, I do not know. And so this is in j.h. Should we make a file called makearray.cpp? Nah, I'll keep it in the same file for now. In the future, we will start splitting things out. So and of course this relies on GATS. Where's GATS? When the type and all rank / shape are known at compile time, use GAT. The compiler pre-calculates almost everything. For best results, declare name as AD restrict name. Let's format this. Format selection. The number of bytes rounded up with overhead added must not exceed 2 to the power of p min L plus 4. The question is, do we want to do this right now? Because it seems like this is quite involved. In order to do GAT 0, we have to do GAT S, and we have to do GA copy shape 0. What's GA copy shape? Just for kicks, let's yeah, I really don't want to do this right now. So what is this? It's what happened to oh, right, it's right up there, so we can just read it. It's name, type, atoms, rank. What is IAV is AV, and what is AV? AV is pointer to ravel. What is K? offset to ravel with respect to x. And kchain is that thing that I said hopefully we would be able to delete. Used when block is on free chain. I guess we can format this whole. So now it's more readable. So kchain.k was what that was pointing to, if I recall. So we went to IAV, then we went to AV, and then AV we went to AK, and AK was kchain.k. Also, why do it's so unclear to me why these are like mixed and matched. Because then you can go like this. Except that was too long, so then it broke it, which is irritating. So let's just leave it like that. So we'll put a to-do on this. And I guess we can replace this at least with AVX. This is the same thing. Right? Not right. J.H 415. Name is undeclared, so yeah, I messed up something. So that's fine. All I did was reformat comments. Oh, is it the... No, it can't be the spaces, can it? Maybe it is. Oh, yeah, I think it is actually. That's a sad story. It's a sad story, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. And then this is... Damn. Pointer to ravel. So I believe what this is doing is that the way that they store these arrays is they have a bunch of information up front. So you've got the reference count, the number of atoms, the rank and then the shape. And so because we have a matrix here that has rank 2, you need 2, slots for each of the elements in your shape. And then after all of this information, you have your atoms, the actual data that's stored in your n-dimensional array. And so I believe this pointer to Ravel is basically saying it's the pointer to the beginning of this data here. Instead of having to like compute it each time, they just have like a pre-stored pointer that points to it. Yeah, AV here, value, atoms in Ravel order. So we can maybe do this part. So yeah, did we miss any of these conversions at this point? Also too, should we, there's a guideline, I'm sure. Prefer enumerations over macros. There's a one that says macros for textual replacement. Don't use macros. Let's add this one. And what is this? This is ES30. This is gonna be, if I ever end up giving like a conference talk on this, it'll be funny though, because like technically we started with 10,000 macros, and we're down to like 4,000. How many macros do we have left? 4,142. When we get below 4,000, I'll start keeping count, and it will be a glorious day when we hit 0. A magnificent day. So how many macros at this point have we deleted? We went from, or we didn't actually set IC to item count, rep to signs. That's at least 2. And so we'll see. I guess technically this is no text macros, and this is es.30. How many have we done? Other ones that I just haven't counted. SC was not a, was SC a macro? I can't remember now. I feel like it was a macro. This is all in tally. Git show. Oh, that's right. It was JTSC. It is a macro. So technically that's 3. This is going to be like in the hundreds, so we should just call it infinity. But yes, we're doing this, and we're going to call it auto pointer to Ravel. And it takes X, which is an array, I believe. And we'll add this in a sec. So I think we can get rid of the outer parens. AK is just X. kchain.k. Which is a pointer, and then x is also a pointer, so this is pointer arithmetic. So I don't think you need that, and I think we can just put this all in one. Actually, let me think about that. So this is the static cast apply. So actually, I think this is necessary. Static cast C and sorry about the siren. Interpret cast. It might be 2 interpret casts in 64T. Or do I have the right number of? I do have the right number of parens, so this might be a reinterpret cast as well. Sad. Who else is sad? I'm sad. I mean, is this? I don't even know at this point what's better. And then this is pointer to ravel. Why does it not like this? Pointer to ravel is undefined. Isn't it right there? Did I spell it wrong? Oh, point to ravel. I did spell it wrong. So really this should be refactors as well to damn, what's going on? These Canadians are getting Riley. So yeah, really what we should do is we should have pointer to ravel. So yeah, we can add this now too. Pointer to ravel is a replacement for what? IAV/AV? AV. So this is another no text macros. And let's just double check what if this is still building. Also, are people still? Nobody said anything in the chat for like a few minutes. What's going on? People still there? Or maybe everyone took a break when I took a break, and they're still getting their tea. So let's run jconsole. Seems like it's still working. So yeah, really what this should be is like set first or it should be like set set value. Yeah, I don't really know. It should be like a set something because okay, people can still see me. This is returning a pointer, and then we're doing bracket operator with index 0, and then assigning to that. Like, that's pretty messy. So really we should call this make scalar integer. Or make integer atom? Make scalar integer. I can't spell integer. Ingeter. Always returns I. Always returns I. It's not returning an I, it's returning a Z. And yeah, this can be an int64 as well. So yeah, there's still a lot of work to be done here. But maybe we should just leave it. We should just leave it like this for now. And once we have the make array we can come back to this. And let's clean all this stuff up a bit so we can get rid of this. Format document. Actually, we can leave this comment in here for now. And I'm starting to think that we're probably going to end up debugging quite a bit of code. And so these single line return functions aren't going to be great. So let's go change that right now. So what do we call it? They're called like short functions on a single line. False. So now we can delete this stuff. I feel like this can be const expr. To do rename. We can leave this comment here for now too. No except, oh yeah. Where does the no except go? I guess I think all of these can be basically const expert and no except. Yeah, why is it not highlighting here though? It gets syntax highlighting after. Const exer. I mean, I'm happy with this function. One of the functions. This one's pretty good too. I mean, we need to fix this stuff. All right, so we've got item count, we've got make scalar integer, still a lot of work to do here. Let's turn to this last line with the conditional operator if we're following the standard C++ terminology. And this is just an arrow to tproxy t, which is the type, one of the hash defines below. Below where? Immediately below? This definitely seems like something that we can ultimately delete. Did I not just copy that? So these are just a bunch of constants. So this is basically asking what? It's saying if we have extended precision, or if we have rational numbers, do something special. CVT stands for convert, I assume. Refactoring a one-line function for 4 hours. Oh. How often is, yeah, so let's see, how often is this chain and proxy chain used? Oh man. Well, okay, it's just a macro, so how often is this macro used? Not that much at all. And what about that other one? It was a chain. How often does this one get used? That's not what I wanted. All right, let's add an item. I don't want to do that right now, but this will be awesome. New issue. Remove. And macros plus a dot chain and a dot proxy chain members. I think also too, because this is a union, yeah, if you want tproxy union in struct A could also be removed at the same time. Labels. Dancing. I'm starting to think that it'd be a better idea to start from scratch, not porting the existing code. Yeah, someone else already told me that as well, and actually they highly encouraged me to do that, because then it also wouldn't be under GPL. But there's something about the fact that Ken Iverson, like, this was his ultimate, like, penultimate project of his life that makes me very, what's the word? Not curious, but like eager to work on this code base. Like, it probably would be less work. But I also at the same time, like, I think parallel to like learning about J and working on this code base is also just like learning a ton of other stuff along the way, which is what the whole under docs learning live stream lessons, like even just like, ooh, is that a that's a bug. That should be live 1 2 3 4 23rd 25th. Let's fix that right now. This should be 3 and this should be 4. There's just like a ton of stuff that I've been learning along the way. That's awesome. That like I probably wouldn't learn it all because I'd be taking like the path more traveled that I've already traveled a bunch of times before when writing my own projects, that it's not forcing me to learn things that like this code base is making me go out of my comfort zone, like way out of my comfort zone. And with that like struggle comes like I think a huge amount of like growth personally. So yes, it's probably easier if I just did this from scratch, but like I am motivated. That's the word. I'm very motivated to work on this code base. And I'm learning a ton, and like I'm not burnt out yet. So as soon as I get burnt out, I'll probably just take a break and then come back to it. But like I'm very motivated and excited right now. So while that lasts, I'll still be working on this code base. It is, as I've said before in previous live streams, my Mount Everest of 2021. Okay, let's go back to tally.cpp. Why is this complaining now? Hey, Jake. How's it going? Did I mess something up in the... Oh, I did. I accidentally deleted it. My bad. So we can leave this here. And what is t? T is a int 64? So I don't... Why are we always doing these bitwise ands? So maybe for now what we'll just do auto... Did I miss anything? Well, yeah. We're what? We're at what? Hour 3 and 45 minutes. And we've been porting this one-line function. So previously, if we take a look at the pull request, we've just been porting this one-line function. It's an itty-bitty one-liner, which is right here. So if I zoom out, you can see it fits on one line. And that's what we've been doing. Although we did set up a GitHub action at the beginning, and we reviewed some of the pull requests that people have done. Yeah, we're actually porting C to C++. We've just been working on tally for the last 3 hours, though. And we've made some progress. We still have a lot to clean up in some of our functions that we've been porting, though. Probably the most satisfying thing was we created this 0 or 1 function that was a translation of k bitwise and negative, or not negative, not 1. And I realized this is a bitwise not like, yeah, it actually is like the same thing in APL. And J, I would assume. Item count, that's I guess a slight improvement on what they had before. A macro called setIC. And now we're working on this where we are just going to sort of cop out on this, which means extended precision or rational. Unfortunately, when we format this, it's going to do that. Dan says, N years from now, I hope it'll be merged to the upstream. I don't think it'll be merged. I think what I'm doing is like, it's great, but I think it's, in a sense, it's like antithetical to how J core, like the J language core developers write code. Like I'm porting it into a language that is not the language that they write in. So I think ultimately what this is going to become is like, you know, the J language core developers, they have their J implementation, and like you could think of that as like GCC, and like this will be just another implementation of J that was originally forked off of their implementation. Rack 1507 says, isn't there a benefit to having the function be so concise rather than being so verbose? Sure, yeah, you can make that argument, but like I have no idea what I'm looking at when we look at like, so, you know, let's go to the J incubulum or whatever it's called. Yeah, there we go. I mean, you can make the argument that like, oh, look at how dense or look, not dense, look at how concise and terse this is. Isn't there a huge advantage? I'm not saying there's not. I'm just saying, like, I can't read this. And I don't want to spend the time, like, I would rather spend my time translating this into a language that, like, the rest of the world knows how to read than just personally learning how to read this so I can understand it. I think, like, globally, on, like, from a utilitarian point of view, like, the world benefits more from, like, just making this more readable to people. Which, like, you could make the same... have I ever read the analysis of this? No, I have not. I've read there's like a little blog that sort of comes with this. I have not read the analysis of this. Let's see. The analysis of J. Can you link it to me on, like, the discussion of the repo? What's interesting, though, is, like, so I say this about this, but then at the same time, I also like, my favorite language is APL, which, like, you could make the same argument. Like, well, like, most people can't read APL. Why not create, like, a variant of APL that people are more familiar with that looks more like Python? And my argument is like, I think there is so much expressivity and, like, genius put into, like, the symbols of APL that, like, that is where like the knowledge and, like, truth lies. It's, like, in the actual symbols, whereas, like, a super dense version of C, I don't think gives you any, like, truth or, like, there's no secrets or, like, truth or knowledge, like, stored in this. This is just, like, a shorter way to write C code, which I think for those that take the time to learn it probably does have some, like, productivity gains, and, like, you don't have to scroll as much, and it's got a lot more symmetry in that everything's a macro, etc., etc. But, like, the truth of the matter is like, most people are not going to go and learn this, and so I would prefer to, like, port it to something that people can read than rather, like, go and learn how to read this. And in the process, like, I basically am going to learn how to read this code. Like, I know V1 and F2, V1 and V2, or F1 and F2, which are the monadic and dyadic macros for defining verbs. I can see GA here, that's for get array, which doesn't exist actually in the J implementation now. You can see iota, which is making use of do, which is a loop. Like, I can already start, like, you know, this is what, hour 23 of, like, live streaming on this stuff. And by the end of this, like, I probably am going to be able to read all of this. But I will also have translated it into, like, modern C++, which, like, a lot of other people will be able to read. Jake says, I think APL is designed that way. Writing C is so concise. So concise is just security by obfuscation, in my opinion. Yeah, there's the quote by Scott Myers that says, job security through code obscurity. And Aniket, if I'm pronouncing that correctly, says, are we talking about APL? Oh, yeah, we're talking about J, we're talking about APL, we're talking about C. And this was just all off of a point that Rack 1507 made, saying, said, isn't there a benefit to having the function be so concise? And I agree. Like, I prefer shorter functions over longer functions. But, like, having this over... so, like, I write this function, and guaranteed, the const expr explicit having to be written explicitly, no except explicitly, like, C++ undeniably got a lot of the defaults wrong. Oh well. But, like, when I go down to my source code now, where is 0, 1? So now in this, when I see 0 run, I know what this is doing. It's saying, okay, if it's not 0 or 1, if k is not 0 or 1, do x or do y. Previously, this was k bitwise and bitwise not 1. I don't even know what this does, let alone what, like, this does altogether. But, like, you need to know that, like, what the combination of bitwise not with bitwise and on an integer does. And, like, it took us, like, I don't know, a non-trivial amount of time, like, 5 or 10 minutes. And it wasn't even me. I think it was Joao that pointed it out in the chat. that's what was going on here. Or if it wasn't July, I apologize to whoever really figured it out. Like, I would rather have this. And like, what does this even look like? Like, if we look at this in APL, like, there's no like crazy shortcut for that. So like, it's, what would it be? You could do it with like 1, 0. So like, how do you 0 or 1 would be what? Something like this. I got the glyph wrong. I honestly can never remember. 1, 0. And then 42 is 0. Yeah, okay. I can never remember. So like, even this, like, this is so much more readable than like the k bitwise and bitwise not 1, because this is literally like math. It's like saying is omega in the set of 1 and 0. Like, this is fantastic. And so like, making the argument that like shorter functions are better, I completely agree with. But like, shorter functions to the point of like complete obscurity, and that's the thing, is like, I'm saying this is because like bitwise and like bitwise arithmetic is not something that's like at the front of my whatever frontal cortex. For people that write code like this, they're probably thinking, if they're watching this stream later, like, I know exactly what that means. That's in my lexicon of like knowledge. So it's like, you know, where do we draw the line of like what we should be expecting people to know? In my opinion, like, something that is just visually readable like this, and I guess, yeah, I don't know. I'm making this argument, but like, I'm just drawing an arbitrary line. So like, you know, technically you can draw your line and include bitwise arithmetic like inside that line, and you can say that, and you know, not 1 is super readable. So I don't know. I'm in this like philosophical area of like, you know, where do you arbitrarily draw the line of like what we should expect people to know or not? And I'm really arguing with myself, but isn't APL dead? It depends on how you define dead. I mean, there was an article, 10 dead programming languages. And APL is definitely on the list. But I don't know. I don't know. You have to define dead. Just a thought. Some of those should also be no discard. Yeah, why not? Let's go add some of those. Let's go add all the placeholders. They should probably all be no discard, if we're being honest with ourselves. Honestly, yeah, it should be just all our functions should be no discard. I don't know why you'd write any of this stuff and then not make it no discard. Anyways, is this going to build now? It does look like it's building. All right, what were we doing? We were... we set up an issue. Oh, right, yeah. I think Jake joined, and then we were just given a high-level overview of what we've been doing so far. I can add this article for those. Let's see what the languages are in total. COBOL, ALGOL, APL, BASIC, PL1, Simulus 67, Pascal, Clue. Hardly anyone's ever heard of Clue. It's one of the most influential programming languages ever, though. ML, meta-language, Smalltalk. I mean, that's the thing is, you know, these are languages that I think that were way popular back in the day and are less popular now. Whether that is your definition or dead or not, I'm not really sure. Another default C++ got wrong, in my opinion, was void function should be no discard by default. Yeah, I mean, a lot of the defaults in C++ are incorrect. All right, this irritates me a lot. So because it irritates me, we are just going to set up a constexpr function. No discard as well. I don't even know what this is. What is this returning? This is addition of int 64. I mean, these shouldn't even be functions, really. Well, we'll fix it later, because these are just constants. Yeah, I mean, I should, but we're gonna punt. We're gonna punt it down the road. Format document. That looks better now. And yeah, we'll figure out how to get better naming for this. But that's the thing, is like now I don't need to hit F12. Like I didn't know what xnum meant. I didn't know what rat meant. I guess I could have guessed that was rational. And this needs a semicolon. I sort of want no discard on a separate line. Is there a Clang format setting for that? Attributes. Clang format. Attributes on separate, or I just want actually no discard. No discard on a separate line. Don't tell me there's an open issue for it. Also, isn't there something for like return type? Maybe we can just do that. Always break after definition return type. Always break after return type. What if we do that? Control. That's I said. True. Always break after return type. Oh, that's not what I want at all. Does anybody know how to? I've done this before. How to like do this? What do we want? We want Clang format on separate line. Clang format return type of function on separate line. Always break after definition return type. We go true. Put yes. None, all, or top level. And now I just have an error. So let's that should work. Ready, set. Yay. That looks nicer in my opinion. And if I close this, it should work fine. All right, so where are we at? We're at 4 o'clock. I mean, there's still a massive amount of work to do here. To do xcol. Yeah, we're not going to do this right now. But this is basically some kind of conversion function. So let's go quickly visit. Actually, wait. So let's clean this up and then yeah, we're missing some no accepts and stuff. To do. Yeah. Refactor me. I mean, this is what it has to be at the moment. Like, obviously, we want to get rid of these reinterpret casts at some point. To do. Yay. All of them have a colon after them for consistency. Jalindar. Hey, dude. How are you? I'm good. How are you doing? I think we're going to stick with... Well, I like Baron's suggestion, potentially rename to JArray. JArray could be nice, actually. what is my stash? Because at one point I actually was working git stash show cmake git stash. How do you git stash drop git stash show. I think I can drop that one as well. I can drop that one as well. Well, actually, I have this on a different branch, don't I? Yeah. I have it on style guidelines. So actually, we can delete this for now from here. And why do I have a? I don't have a no discard here. Aniket, git force push. I don't have the need to do a git force push right now. All right, I think this is all decent. We're missing a few things, but it's all just a work in progress. Let's do final format documents. That'll get rid of some of the stuff that was continued work on tally, claim format, and then refactoring. Push. All right, let's go now. I was going to say earlier, let's go take a look at this to do on next stream. As a back-end engineer, I always force pushed. Oh yeah, I should probably upgrade to GCC 10.2. And then Dan says bad for you. Yeah, I agree. You should avoid force pushing when you can. So tally, I mean, we'll give ourselves a check mark, but we still have let's update it, edit. Still lots to do. I will open issues to track that anyone is more than welcome to pick up. Shape we're definitely not getting to today, but now let's go and explore some doc options. So let's bring this into a new tab. So there's basically Doxygen, not a big fan. Standard ease is another option, but I took a look at what standard ease look like, and I'm not a huge fan. But so basically, Cybrand is pointing out here that, you know, this should look pretty familiar if you've used Doxygen before. But then this is sort of a more Pythonic-y looking like docs, because basically Sphinx is, I think, a tool for generating docs for Python, and folks have just worked on hooking it up to Doxygen so that we can use the same thing. They show format lib as an example. I actually don't like, no offense to Victor, these docs are nice, but they're not the way that I want my docs to look. If we switch back, actually, let's do this and drag this over here. So yeah, if you look at, we can quickly look at standard ease. Rack, time for a define NCA, no discard context for auto. Nope. That's against our guidelines. So if you take a look at standard ease, where does it? Yeah, it sort of shows you the examples, and the goal is to sort of make it look like the standard C++ standard looks like, which I think in some cases is an improvement over Doxygen, but it's not. I have like a goal for what I want the docs that are generated for this code base to look like, and I spend a lot of time in other programming languages. Of all the programming language docs that I have visited, my favorite by far are Elixirs. Elixir is like a modern version of Erlang, which is like a highly concurrent, fault-tolerant language that was used, I don't know, back in the 50s or 60s or whenever they were setting up telecom infrastructure. Erlang was widely used for that. WhatsApp, which was sold for $19 billion to Facebook, is primarily built in Erlang. So Elixir is like a modern version of Erlang, and it combines like the syntax of Ruby with the semantics of Erlang, and then takes some influence from other languages like Clojure. But the reason I really like the docs is that they have all their sort of different libraries on the side here. And I think if I toggle this, functions, it closes it, and I can even toggle enum. So it's basically got this like hierarchical set of modules, and you click on one thing, you click on another thing, and then you can see everything. And then I believe if I search for now, fetch, I can search like the text that has been expanded here. So the number one library that I spend my time in Elixir is enum, because it has all of your sort of like range-like algorithms. So your maps, your reductions, your filters, etc. And it's just so nice, like having this list of like dynamically expandable and collapsible functions all here on the left. Like I can just quickly scan, I can do a search, and then everything here is on the same page. There is nothing in C++ that I have found that is like similar to this. However, looks like the Range v3 docs, not even remotely close. Range v3 docs are as good as you can get for C++ documentation. So it looks similar to C++, Range v3, but if say I just want to look at, so Range v3, for those that aren't C++ devs, it's a library written by Eric Niebler that inspired the ranges that showed up in C++20. This code is the basis of the ranges support in C++20. So I just want a list of all the ranges that exist, or sort of all the views that exist. How do I get that? Okay, preface, I don't want to install anything. Quick start, views. Well, if I click on views, this just takes me to a hyperlink on this page, which then, okay, here are all my functions here. This is similar to this part, but like, where is the list over here? Like, I can't quickly scan with every view, like one on top of each other, like I can here. I have to like scan through here, and this involves like bum ba da 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 da, keep going, just keep going, which is like it's not bad per se, but like it's not as good as Elixir's. I specifically want like my docs to look like the way Elixir's docs look like, and that like they are fully expandable to the extent of like how you can get down to the function level here. It's sort of similar to like if you go to the Thrust docs, where we want to go to. Thrust, documentation, API Doxygen, and then if you end up going to algorithms, you end up going to searching, and then you go to find. So it still looks bad, but like ultimately, like the number one thing that I want is I want a list of my algorithms on the left-hand side that are fully searchable. So like this still, it's not as good as HexDocs, But at least if I want to explore, like, okay, how many different types of reductions are there? I can quickly see, oh, okay, we've got reduce by key, clearly several different versions of this. We've got transform, reduce, etc. And like, I don't want it to be searching on the main page, because like if I search for like transform here, I'm skipping around between all like the text, and it's just not a good experience. What I want is like the left hand side. What about the reference section in ranges v3? Whoops, sorry. Reference views. So this now just gives me all like the view names, which is like closer to what I want, but it's still not clean. Like I don't want to look at like underscore view, underscore cursor, underscore, like I want like the things that are consumable as a library consumer. Yeah, but it's a bit obscure, as Jake points out. Yeah. Whereas like this is the stuff that you consume as an Elixir developer. And Thrust sort of has this a little bit. But still it's in this really ugly, like no offense to NVIDIA, but like this is just what classically what Doxygen looks like. If you look at the Rapids docs for QDF, docs. Except this is for the Python API, libqdf is the C++. So this is actually the exact same as Doxygen. We've just sort of like messed around with it to make it look a little bit cleaner. But like still, once again, you're never gonna get that kind of hex docs, all the algorithms on the left hand side that I can just quickly. You go to the main page, modules. So yeah, so here this is the same thing that sort of Thrust had, and if you end up getting into like copying, you can see once again here are all our copy algorithms: copy if else, copy range, etc. But like we don't even have the left hand side thing. I mean, Thrust keeps all of theirs in sort of like the same namespace, just under Thrust. I guess all are all under QDF, but like we don't have the equivalent of this. But like even this is not like my desired thing. What I want is hex docs. I like the 1TBB spec, but it's handwritten. We can go check out 1TBB. Docs. Where are the docs? Docs. Is this like an algorithm library, or is this just for like parallelizing your Oh, there was a parallel 4 there. Yeah, I mean this is close. This is still a bit. It's a bit spacey. Yeah, this is not how I would want mine to look. I basically like I have a very clear idea, and it's like this. That is not the one. Okay. Let's go back. 1TBB documentation. I mean, if you want. Oh yeah, I asked someone to post a link to the discussions and then never went and looked if they did that. Yeah, I always forget to mention this at the beginning of the stream, but if at any point you want to share a link, the YouTube live stream doesn't let you. But you can just come to our GitHub repo discussions and then just post it here. And at the end of each one of these, I post the links that we sort of go over. Anyways, I'm on a huge side tangent. The closest thing that I think I found is we've lost the link to Cybrand's link, is using Sphinx with Doxygen. So Sphinx is a Python documentation generator. And where is the X? I can't remember the link, but we can just go directly to it. Xtensor docs. So this is not bad. If I go to views, it doesn't give me like a dynamically collapsible. Like I can collapse views and then go to indices, and it's not as clean, but like you can see reductions here. It's not as clean because you can see that there's doing some like UI. Can I see the link above? No, I can't. Like I said, all the links get yeeted by YouTube. So if you want, just come here and then post your comment in the code report JSource discussion. Anyways, where were we? X tensor. So this is where'd the reductions go? Operators, reductions. So like, it's not what I want, but it's pretty close. And I think if we get like a simplified version of this, it would look quite nice. So actually, I don't know what's going on. How do you go to home? And then yeah, if we got like a little J logo up here and just had like a super clean, minimal, like there's too much going on here. I just want it to be super simple. I think this would be quite nice. So maybe we can start on. I can go check to see if there's a live stream link now. Pick your preferred way of installing Sphinx. It's made available through pip. I prefer this theme to the built-in ones. Oh, so Sphinx has themes. Well, maybe that's what we should just spend the next Sphinx docs. Themes. Actually, I'm going to take these out. I don't need to hear my own voice. You sent the link. All right, let's go take a look at... Oh, yeah. What are the odds that... this is basically exactly what we're going to set up. So this, I'm not sure if you can tell, is almost identical to... I think they're using the exact same... let's put them next side by side. They're basically using the exact same theme here. So yeah, this is, I believe, yeah, built with Sphinx using a theme provided by Read the Docs. So this theme is the Sphinx RTD theme, which is exactly the one that Cybran has linked in their article here. But the fact that there are multiple themes means we are gonna go check them out. So what happens if we... Yeah, let's just do this. So, no. I think this is actually like verbatim the Python. If you go to the Python, like built-in functions... This looks like exactly what Python uses for their official site. Yeah, classic. Not surprised that's because it's called classic. Let's preview this one. Yeah, so what I really want is I want the collapsible menu on the side. So yeah, read the docs. This is the one right now that's the front runner. So yeah, and it looks like within one context you actually can. So actually, this is exactly what I want, but I want it. So yeah, you can see if you very closely watch this, it is doing some like rendering between the top level ones. But like, so what I envision is that we're going to have like verbs, adverbs, conjunctions, and then within verbs we're going to have monadic and dyadic. And then when you click on a monadic, you know, you'll see tally, shape, etc. You click on tally, and then you're just going to get like a small little blurb of a couple examples and basically a markdown table of like this is Tally and APL, this is Tally and J, this is Tally and K, and Julia, and people can add whatever languages they want. These docs will be open source as well, so anyone can add whatever they want to add to them, to the extent that they're still simple and like easy to read. So I think actually, yeah, let's look at a couple more just because this is fun. And hopefully, yeah, TBB, they customize their color, right? Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to put the J logo up here, and then we're going to put a nice little, what color? Well, I don't know, we'll choose the color. What is J Nuvok? They use the blue J up in the corner, and then just a gray background. So Sphinx, read the docs. What's this one? Asteroid. Oh yeah, I see. They've got, interesting. So they have their top level over here. What's going on here? Oh, they've got this little header that disappears. That's irritating. You see that? See that little... That irritates me to no end. And the same thing, this disappears after a while. And then when you click on a new one, it shows up again. This almost looks a bit cleaner though. So we've got read the docs, we've got asteroid. Cactus. Catalyst. Dask. What does Dasks look like? Ooh, this is really nice. Ooh. Oh, look, it actually, so this is the actual Dasks site. It's a bit odd. Yeah, this sort of irritates me. So why does it do that? You click on data frame, then you click on aggregate, and then yeah, previously it. I don't know. This is, yeah. In my opinion, that's the thing is it's like there's different levels of abstraction, all at like the same bullet point level, which. So the API, best practices, chunks, slicing. It's like I just want there to be like a whole list. This is quite nice though, although I'm not sure. I like it. Looks cleaner than I think both the other ones. The question is will we be able to get like a nice little J logo that fits in here? Also, why are these not center aligned? It's irritating. All right, we'll look at a couple more. Yeah, it's nicer than this as well. So far, I think this is the. I don't know. In the chat, you can let me know which ones do you think. I think the Dask has like the nicest template so far, though. Where were we? We were at. So this is dark Sphinx theme. The edX. Yeah, that's the other thing. Yeah, so did you notice that you hit structural and then it just jumps you somewhere in the document and then this disappears. That like why? This should be like a frozen pane. So like hex docs, if I click on dedupe, it jumps the right pane to where it should be in the document, but it doesn't. This is static. I've got my own scroll bar here. If I jump to any, if I jump down to map, whereas in all of these like Sphinx docs, let's go to the Dask one and see if we can make that happen. Although these are all on like, these are all on separate pages, I think. So yeah, I think this is using up. So what happens if I go like this? So that one's not as bad. This one, it's still suboptimal in my opinion. It puts this at the top. I don't know why it needs to move, but you can see that there is a scroll bar here. Whereas the one that we just looked at, I can't remember which one we were just looking at. Yeah, this one. You click on this, and then poof, where'd your left menu go? Like that's absurd. Why would you do that? So yeah, we're not using the EDX. Someone said check out Divio. Divio. Yeah, this skipped again. So yeah, it's hard to figure out too when, or actually what happened? We clicked blocks, directives. So this one actually doesn't seem to be jumping around. And it does have a scroll. Oh, I see. What happened there? So yeah, it's unclear what this... So yeah, let's open this. You can only have one top one. Then we go math. So yeah. Math. It's unclear. It's unclear, like, so we went structural, this, then we click math. That time it didn't do anything. We go blocks, back to math. Still pretty nice though. What do people think? Divio? Dask? Yeah. I just wish this wouldn't jump around. Interesting, a bag. I wonder if that's the same thing as the bag from Smalltalk. Jake's saying that the Divio site's pretty good. Yeah, I also prefer dark colors, but I'm sure that's got to be customizable. Um, yeah. Is there a Divio dark theme? Yeah, it just seems to be the dark header. I'm pretty sure we could hack it and figure out how to just make the header. Also, I'm not a huge fan of the font. Um, what does this one? I think it's using the exact same. Actually, it looks like it's got square corners on. Oh no, this one's got square corners as well. Array, chunks. So yeah, every once in a while it just sort of jumps. So if you're clicking on a new top level header, it jumps that to the top. But I mean, that's not the end of the world for me. It's just sort of a little. Although. Yeah, so this is the thing: is why don't these show up on the side? Is my question. Um, what was the? It was the one TBB that had reductions. Did it? Or no, it was X tensor that had reductions. Um, yeah, so I think how this works is like it's based on Markdown, and it's based on your headers. So here they don't use, they have a Markdown table, and therefore obviously none of these things are, have the 1, 2, 3, 4 octothorpes to define it as a header. But as long as you make it like hyperlinkable via the header, so you put octothorpes in front of it, it should show up here. Which is fine, we can easily do that. All right, I say, should we vote? What do people think? I'm leaning towards Dask, but I think both Divio and I don't think it was actually called Dask. It was called Dark Sphinx. So Dark Sphinx or Divio, they're right next to each other. What do people think? There's 12 people watching, probably only a few that are paying attention. 1 TBB algorithms. 1 TBB. Oh, so it was in interfaces, then algorithms. Yeah, this is nice. I like it. Dan says Divio looks nicer. All right, one vote for Divio. Is Dan going to be the single vote? Pushes it over the edge. While we're waiting for folks to vote, we can go... 75 votes. I'm surprised. Wow. It's actually quite a few votes. But most people are leaning towards A. All right, I'm going to wait 20 more seconds. If you want to vote, you got to vote. You got to vote now. Otherwise, Dan, you're going to have made the full call. If you can't hack it to dark theme, I'll hack it client side. We can get it to dark theme. I do like this quite a bit, like the black. But I mean, there's a file somewhere that defines this stuff, right? So, all right. So I think that's an implicit vote from Jake for Sphinx, and let's actually just find one example of what a table looks like. Yeah, seems fine to me. I mean, it's a bit irritating, actually. Why are there no... well, this is the actual Dask site, so we got to go back here to Dark Sphinx preview, lists and tables. Yeah, why do they have... they've got no... they've got no line here. Why'd they get rid of that? That sort of irritates me. Because we're going to be using a lot of tables. Yeah, screw it. Let's go with Divio. We can always change it later, right? It's just you hook in Sphinx from the generated Doxygen. All right, let's see. We got 15 minutes. Where? Whoops. All right. Dan says I gotta go. It's almost 1 a.m. Oh wow. Yeah, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for all the help, and hopefully we'll see you in one of the future streams. But yeah, it's gonna be less exciting here on out because we're just gonna be doing doc stuff until my partner gets back. So let's go back to Sai's blog. Sorry, just texting. And so Install dependencies. Pip install. So I assume it's just if it's RTD, well, so we need to figure out what is the PyPI page. There we go. Pip install docs theme. And then pip install breathe. While that's happening, cmake. I think we've already got it. All the code for this post is available on GitHub, so if you get stuck, have a look there. Regardless of which IDE/editor you're using, get your project folder to look something like this. I mean, so we already have cmake set up. Set up Doxygen. Oh, do I gotta change my docs folder now? Make dir cd Doxygen. So let's create a new branch off of main. So check out main. And we're going to go git checkout. I kind of want to see the spaghetti include graph that Doxygen can generate. Oh yeah, we can do that once we get it set up. Although we're not going to have full Doxygen docs. Like, does it rely on all the Doxygen, or can it do it just based on the source code? So Doxygen. Actually, well, let's call it Sphinx, because that's really what this is. And so let's move docs to just for a sec. Make dir docs, cd docs, and then it asked us to. Do we have Doxygen? Did she tell us to or did they tell us to install it at some point? Doxygen. I guess I can just go Doxygen, which? Oh, I guess I do have Doxygen. Don't worry about it. Pretty sure it bases it off the include of each file, but I could be wrong. I guess we'll find out in a sec. So back to this. Copy. Paste. Yeah, I feel like I've done stuff in Doxygen before. Doxygen doxy file. Yeah, so just without the exe. Okay. You should get a message like configuration file created. Now edit the configuration file. Sure. Also, too, let's very quickly go and set up. So I believe it's what? 2 of these? Yeah, so I have like a actually, to be determined. I think it's just the J syntax tree. J. Actually, I don't know. We don't. To be determined. W is input array. return is it's also just array, output array. I think this will be always scalar integer, and whatever, we'll just call it tally. We'll make these look nice in the future. We can get something generated quickly by finding the input variable in the Doxygen. Okay. So let's code doxy file and look for input. And this is going to be JSource, I assume. And now run Doxygen doxy file. Okay. And Opera, actually, there should be an index, right? Yeah, so Opera index. Woo! Look at that. Main page, classes. Oh, wow. How did it find all of these? I thought I needed to add stuff. Look at that. That was pretty simple. Yeah, because I'm on Linux, yeah. Back to the article. You should get an HTML folder generated, etc. We successfully generated some simple docs, but we won't want to manually run this command every time. This should be handled by CMake. I mean, actually, I don't really care at the moment. We can come back to this. Yeah, we'll come back to this step. I don't mind manually running it. And ooh, this is all Windows. So we're in Docs. Let's see if we can just go Sphinx. So Sphinx quick start. What are the odds this works? Yeah, seemed to work. Keep the defaults and put in the name of your project. You have two options for placing the build directory for Sphinx output. Either you use a directory _build within the root path, or you separate source and build directories within the root path. I mean, we can come back and do this again. So either you use a directory _build. So not separated. The project name will occur in several places in the built-in. J? Author. I mean, plus contributors. Project release, project language, C++, C++ for now. Oh wait, is that gonna mess stuff up? Probably. So let's just keep C++. Now we can run make HTML. Now if you run make HTML, moment of truth. Okay. Where was the part where we loaded in Sphinx, our Divio thing? Keep the defaults and put in your name. Right, so I'm a fan of read the docs theme we installed at the start, so we can use that instead by changing HTML theme in conf.py. So yeah, code conf.py, and what was it? It was HTML theme. HTML theme is, do you remember? Let's just try Divio. So let's go make HTML again. Theme error. Missing theme conf. Theme.conf. Okay, so let's go. Divio docs theme. That's probably it. Oh, I don't think it was asking for. It was asking for English. Whoops. Oh well. C++ sounds about right, anyways. It doesn't say anything about theme.conf. Loading translations. Yeah, we'll fix that later. Did I install Divio? I did. Yeah, we installed it. What we're going to do is we're going to go to GitHub. We're going to go HTML theme Divio, all of GitHub. Looks like that's what it is. Oh, there we go. Waha. Wunderbar. Underscore build HTML index. Ooh, look at that. Although Is this going to be hovering here the whole time? I mean, if that's what it's going to look like, I might change my mind about importing partway down a Python file as a code smell. Yeah, we can go fix that. All right, well, let's go and see if we can get our verbs to show up. So set up Doxygen. We skipped this part. Setting up Sphinx. Setting up Sphinx. Setting up. Breathe is an extension to Sphinx, so we set it up using the conf py, which was generated for us. All right, so we just need to copy this. Step 1 done. Breathe default project. We're calling it J, right? I don't really know what default project is, if it's JSource or it's J. Then we need to go turn on XML in our Doxy file. Generate XML. Answer to this is yes. And then we'll need to put placeholders in our docs to tell Sphinx where to put our API transformation. We achieve this with directives supplied by Breathe, such as doxystruct. So in docs/index_rst, we have to add something like this. You might wonder why it's necessary to explicitly state what entities we wish to document and where, but this is one of the key benefits of Sphinx. This allows us to add as much additional information, rationale, notes, as we want to the documentation without having to shoehorn it into the source code. Plus, we can make sure it's displayed in the most accessible, understandable manner we can have. Okay, I'm not exactly sure. You need Breathe to grab the doxy and pipe it into Sphinx, basically. I'm pretty sure you can yeet the ad in the template. Okay, yeah. Well, we're definitely going to try and do that. Not that I don't want to support the open source person, but I just don't want it to look ugly, and that is, it's very ugly at the moment. So let's go back to, we don't have a, oh no, we do have a index of code, index RST. Welcome to J's documentation. So what do we need to add here? We need to add docs. One, two, three, four. I mean, this doesn't seem complete. So what do we call? That's the thing, is I'm never sure. Is it the project name is J, but our main directory is JSource. Doxygen struct? I have no idea. Oh. So yeah, this is a struct. I see. So is there like a Doxygen function, I assume? we'll see if they can find. I really don't know how this looks. Let's go search Google again, or not Google, GitHub. Doxygen function extension RST. All right. Nice. Oh, it has a list of them. I just am too impatient. Bunch of more CMake stuff that I don't want to do right now. Where are the directives? I missed it. Oh, is it this hyperlink? Well, let's just add this one. Doxygen function JT tally. And then make HTML. Breathe default project value J does not seem to be a valid key for the breathe projects. Well, I mean, we can still. All right, we gotta figure this out. Let's go back to size article. Now we need to update our Sphinx target to hook it all together by telling Breathe where to find the Doxygen output. So it looks like it's unclear whether the CMake stuff... I forgot the space. Indeed I did. So it's unclear whether the CMake stuff is necessary. We now update our Sphinx target. What happens if we so yeah, what is So cat queue to how many times, or is it J? Maybe it's JSource. Nope. Add subdirectory. Yeah, so it looks like it's the main folder. I guess I can start here. Valid key. No, it doesn't show up in the questions down below. It should be J. So let's do the Doxygen thing again. What the heck? It also looks like it doesn't look like it's getting all the subdirectories too, which is actually really what I want. So really what we want is verb / phonetic. Did that do anything? Jake says -d breathe _projects dot. Where is that line of code supposed to go? Is that supposed to go in the That's supposed to go in the CMake file, I assume. JSource verbs monadic. Oh yeah, I did see tally. And then oh, because I'm not doing it with CMake. Do we want to? I don't really want to go back. It's past 5 now. So maybe I should just do this offline. I wonder what our CMake minimum. So the project is, well, it's called lowercase j. Should we go update that everywhere? Actually, I think this is just for the ooh, I was so hopeful. So we have basically this step done. We can now find this executable and call it. This is in docs CMake's list. Pretty sure we can just add, we can just verbatim copy this. Oh, whoops. Do we even have a... do we even have a make? We don't have a CMake file here. So code CMake, is it lists.text sure. Dun 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 dun. Now we update our Sphinx target to hook it all together by telling breathe. What's the difference between this and this? Isn't this just the same? The custom target for Sphinx is just a command from terminals, so if you copy and paste it and then replace the CMake variables with actual values, it should work. Okay, well we're already halfway down following all the CMake steps. Tell breathe. Oh, I see. So this is where you ripped this out from. So Did we set up the Doxygen output directory? Yeah, we skipped this stuff actually. We need to that should be J. The Doxygen output directory is docs/Doxygen. You think we should just go try this? Oh yeah, and this needs to be J. So what is this gonna do? Oh, this I see the Sphinx executable. Do we know what that is? Sphinx? Sphinx not found. Yeah, I say we just keep going with this. Let's go back. Like, did those get defined anywhere? I feel like we... What is this? I feel like... Yeah, I don't understand where is this getting defined? It looks like Psy just added this stuff out of nowhere. Yeah, it's the first time it shows up. Although, is this the definition of this? Is that what this is? I don't know anything about CMake, so that's the problem. That is the problem here. All right, does cat show up anywhere? Doesn't look like it. All right, so we've gotten... So we need to go change our doxy file for input once again is... I see. And then output, if I could type correctly. Why is there 31 instances of this? There we go. I find it very confusing that this is sort of, the blog is like, doing it step by step, but like not incrementally. It's like, here's one piece of source code, now replace this piece of source code with this new piece of the source code. Also too, I don't know if we're supposed to keep this now. And also too, we don't have a doxy file in, like, because this is all for Windows. Putting the @ in the doxy file directly won't work. Okay, so I just assume we comment this out and yeah, it's just doxygen. So actually, where were we before? So this is just, we're already in docs. So it's just going to be /doxygen. I mean, but our file is not called doxyfile.in. It's just called doxyfile. So do we need this? Oh, I see. Gotcha. So now find sphinx.cmake and j/cmake. Fine. I think this is already done for us. Oh, I see. Well, let's leave it for now. We can go back and replace it later. We already did this part. We've already done this part. We've already done this part. And we've already done this part. Yeah, that didn't auto-generate anything. Sounds good, Jake. See, I think I'm missing that everything. Yeah, it's unclear what's supposed to be added. Finally, we make sure all of our dependencies are right so that we never rebuild the Doxygen files or the Sphinx docs when we don't need to. We've already done all this. We've already done all this. I'm just like, yeah, WTF, what's going on here? Like I said, we've seen this now once. Twice. I see now. So should I just be like copying and pasting this whole thing and then replacing I feel like that's what we should be doing. Which is like, or maybe I'm just not reading this carefully enough. Actually, let's just that's supposed to be J's source. From root directory? What from root directory? I have no idea what project root means, or like what you're trying to say that I need to change. Oh yeah, I guess we can. Although this is the doxy file. So actually, maybe we should just go to docs. And Oh yeah, the command did not come through. Mm. Let's just double check that in. We have CMake module path. Yeah, we already have that line set up. Yes, YouTube comment filtering is definitely a pain. So I think try it out and see what happens and see what gets built when you change a file. What is like try it out? Like what? There's not even a command to. Is it just like the CMake command? Have you added docs as a subdirectory from the top level? Maybe that's it. Are we in the top level one? No, this is add. Right you are, right you are. Why? Is that the missing piece? CMake error at docs get target property called with non-existent target JSource. Should that be? Thank you, Herman. It's a very good call. So should it just be J? That was fast. Obviously we don't need to run. Well, we're still getting this. That's irritating though. I don't want my Doxygen generated while I'm building. Like, that's the last thing I want. How often am I looking at my docs? Like, a couple times a stream? Anyways, let's go and see what happens. Actually, we can just go here, here, and it still just gives us the same errors. You can probably exclude the docs from all. Well, let's see what happens this time. No work to do. What if I go and change my tally.cpp, new text, that's odd. So is it this last thing? Hey, Bob. All right, we got 9 more minutes, and then I will solve this off stream, or open an issue, and multiple people can work on this. Although, how does that work? Because I'm on the Sphinx branch right now. Yet it still sees the tally file. Oh no. What happened? No, I think this is fine. That's right, because we moved. So let's quickly go look over here. So yeah, we've definitely explored. We have tally. Which is in our new file. I think tally shouldn't even, I think we accidentally added tally here. So really tally shouldn't even be in this so what happens if we delete this file? Yeah, this is what it should be. Although, I assume we're not supposed to upload like the actual generated. Some of this stuff should be ignored, right? Well, so the question is, what should be excluded? Well, I guess let's. And what do we want to call our new CD docs? So now we need to put our other docs in another folder. What do we call that? We call that, what's in that other docs2 folder? This is what's a good name other than docs? Doesn't matter. We'll rename it to something else later. So git add cmakes list, git add docs2. Oh yeah, we definitely don't want the underscore build. Or do we want the underscore build? I guess that's the thing, is ultimately like we want to docs/doxygen. Okay, so let's go. So yeah, docs/doxygen. So that immediately disappeared. I guess we definitely want that. Definitely want the CMake. Definitely want the docs. CMake lists. Definitely want the docs. Ignore latex underscore build XML and bat. HTML. Make that bat. And XML, you're saying? And the build directory. I guess, yeah, we need both of the comp file and we need the index. And what's in the make file? That's not what I asked for. What? Do you think we need this? I can't tell. If we don't, we can delete it later. So we can add everything. Git commit, message, initial. You're pretty sure the make file will be CMake generated. All right, well, like I said, we can actually, how do we do this? Git reset. Yes, we have CMake. Actually, git add git reset docs. So git commit initial Doxygen changes, git stash. Now we can do yeah, it does get generated, so let's go to git ignore doc/make file and all right. Oh boy. Okay, let's push this. Sphinx. Quickly go create a PR. And I guess it's also build. Alrighty. 2,000 lines, VSAD. Right, I didn't pull down. Yeah, we can fix that later. And the only thing left is to do this lessons added. So yeah, let's just create a new branch for that. Git checkout main. Right. We should have auto-committed that. But that's fine for now. And is it the 29th? It's the 30th. How to add a GitHub action. Add the minus J regex. Anything else? I guess we can add a bunch of Doxygen / breathe / Sphinx stuff. All right, folks, we're at the 6-hour mark. I think this is pretty good. We made some decent progress on our tally PR and our Doxygen. I don't know when the next stream will be. Might be a week from now. Maybe if there's an opportunity sometime during next week, maybe. But definitely the week after this next one, I'll have a lot more time. But I'll set up a bunch of issues, and if folks want to contribute to these 2 PRs to get them working, feel free to. And always, check out the issues. If you do want to contribute, feel free to. I guess we can close this to do next time. Pretty successful. Anyways, thanks for everyone. I'm not sure who's still in the chat, but Jake Herman. Oh, yeah. Well, we do have a discussion tab. This is just like a general discussion tab for if you want to share hyperlinks. Yeah, it's just sort of an ongoing one. Maybe I should start splitting them up like per stream. Like this is for the first 5 live streams. But anyways, yeah, Jake, Ahmed, Bob, Ken. I'm just reading off the names that have recently been in the chat. Rock1507, Joao, whoever's still here. Thanks for hanging in there. This has been fun. And yeah, I'm looking forward to once. I still think we're sort of on that uphill battle with. Where did our other PR go with tally? I mean, we started to make changes, but definitely there's still a certain amount of figuring out, I think, like the bread and butter macros. But like once we get these sorted out, I think we'll be able to start making a lot more progress. And also I need to become more familiar with the bitwise arithmetic that this code makes heavy use of. But yeah, we're starting to see some C++. We're going to have some the best docs once we get this up and running. And I think it's going to be very satisfying once the docs are up, and once we sort of have a lot of the bread and butter macros sorted out. I think this is actually going to be a lot of fun. Not that this isn't fun, but I just think it's going to be very satisfying going through and like, all right, let's tackle, shape now. And then we're going to cut through these a lot faster than we are currently. Anyways, yeah, thanks everybody for tuning in, and hopefully we'll see you in the next live stream. Have a good night.